in which we start off with Johan making a wisdom saving throw.
Oh, god damn it.
All right.
Almost decent,
That was pretty good.
but not pretty good enough.
Go ahead and roll.
Sorry, everyone. I tried.
Yes. Go ahead and roll for me. What is 1d24, please?
Oh, fuck.
Actually, no, that would be exactly 1d4. Sorry, it's 1d4. I'm not really sure how I'm doing degrees of success in this, so since that was exactly 5 under the number, I'm just going to give you the first degree. I'm not going to jump it up.
That's
Okay.
a hell of a DC there, sir.
You've died a couple of times, so it's pretty high.
I know. We went over it.
Yeah. Okay. Very good. So, I'm gonna let Johan do this, or Zach. I'm gonna let you do this.
Okay.
Roll a d4 for me. So just up and enter. 1 and 2 is Perrin and Vel, respectively. 3 and 4 are the guards.
Guards it is.
So, after pretty much immediately after seeing the shift in tone in the room, as soon as the guard yells, "We found the children, they're dead," Johan then just freezes up right in front of you, Vel, and Perrin. And you just see, like, a look of severe panic cross his face. He then turns and lunges at the first guard. Go ahead and everybody roll initiative for me.
Are we not
Except
just
for the
using
guy
our
who's
previous rolls?
completely out.
No, it's a new encounter, so
Okay.
this
By the way,
edition.
does this include me?
Yeah, you might as well, instead of having me roll for you.
Okay.
Hey, that was a 2 though.
Good job! I'm so proud of you!
It was a 2.
Oh, right, I have to do it from...
Nailed
Just
it.
don't even give a shit.
Sorry, everyone. I tried.
Johan.
Feeling this is bad.
Well, I mean, it could be a lot worse. I got a 13.
Wow. Okay. Oops. 3. Vel got a nat 2.
I'm
17.
feeling this is bad.
You got a pretty good feeling there.
I'm out of this one, so...
All right, Johan, go ahead and roll for me your attacks that you would normally do. Essentially, you have intent to kill.
Okay. How many guards are there?
There are 2 guards that you can currently see, and you know there's one in the room a little ways past where you are.
Okay.
If you guys want, I can bring back the map, but I feel like
It's
it won't
not-
take long enough for that
It's
to
not that
matter.
important to me. Yeah. My first attack is a flurry of blows in an attempt to knock the guard down.
Okay.
So I'm going to go ahead and roll that.
All right, you hit him.
Okay. He has to make a DC. I believe that is 12. And I believe it is...
He fails.
Okay. He's down on the ground. I am going to use my next flurry of blows to attempt the same thing on the next guard.
Okay. Oh, that misses.
Okay. And I'm going to use my final attack to attack the now prone guard, and afterwards I will mark him.
Okay.
So
So you have advantage.
I have advantage to hit him.
You definitely hit him.
Alright, roll damage.
Yep. Oh, did you roll
One.
damage for your 15 as well?
Oh, I
Because
did
that
not.
does hit him.
Yeah, I forgot.
Yeah. Okay.
Alright.
So
You said intent to kill?
Yep.
Alright.
Johan. What's your HP at the moment?
6.
All right, add 13 to that.
Okay. And then 19.
Thank you. So, Johan lunges forward, and with the fury of, like, a trapped tiger, you just see him crashing into these two guards in front of you. The first one, he decks to the ground immediately. The one to his left, he reels back just in time to avoid Johan's strike. Johan then just frantically pounces down and beats the dude's head in, and you hear a sickening thud as Johan's fist connects with his throat. The guard and his friend that was in the room behind, now both fully in surprise, rush forward in an attempt to restrain Johan. The first guard is going to go ahead and attack with his sword. Wow, he misses. The second guard, who kind of like runs out and he's like, what's going on here? Sees the first guard lunge with his sword. Johan deftly just like pushes out of the way and he lunges forward with a stab. And I believe an 18 does hit you, Johan.
Yes.
Correct?
An 18
Okay.
hits.
So Johan, you take 5 damage.
Okay.
As the sword just kind of like glances off of Johan's shoulder, he makes it a little bit out of the way. Perrin, that brings us to you.
Am I allowed to make skill checks during combat? Because I'd like to make a perception check or an arcana check to see if I can figure out what's going on, because that would be unusual for him to attack other military people.
I mean, you can make a check to try and survey the situation, but well, you can attempt to, yes. I'll let you use it as like a bonus action or something. Johan doesn't seem himself, but he doesn't look any different. Like, it just looks like Johan is freaked out, panicked. You've never really seen Johan act like this, even when you guys have been in fairly dire combat before. But considering his near brush with death recently, perhaps that's added to his fear. He just seems afraid.
Okay. So then it does seem like unusual behavior to me then.
Mhm.
Okay. And I guess with that, I can't really grapple him. That's not going to work. We just have to knock him out then. That sucks. Well, alright. I guess as a free action, I'm going to yell at Johan to stop. Does he respond?
No, he is essentially just in the middle of a fight. Like, he's not paying any attention to you. He's
Okay.
only focused on the guards, as far as you can tell.
Alright. Then I will just move up behind him and attack him.
All right, go
Try to
ahead.
knock with the intent to knock him out.
Okay.
And I used my bonus action doing the perception check, so just attack. I can't do that. I can't do that. Yeah, okay.
That definitely
Anything else?
does hit.
Good. And I don't have anything to make that better, so we just roll damage.
Okay.
Okay.
Again, just trying to knock him out. I don't want to maim or kill him.
All right. Johan, you're still up,
I'm
right?
still up.
Okay. Hale, it brings us to you as Perrin's, I'm assuming you're using your Warhammer,
Yeah, I did.
crashes down on Johan's back, though now he like reels from that hit, and now he's watching, like he's essentially like watching the two of you and kind of backing up. Hale, you're in the room that you were previously in, so you're not quite out there, but you can see and hear what's going on. What would you like to do? You're not in the middle of the fray, you're like 10 feet out. That's what I'm trying to say.
But I know what's going on.
Yeah. You've watched all this occur.
And Johan can see me?
No. You would still be near Sarkesh, so no, you can't directly see each other, but you know what essentially is going on outside the room.
Okay. I'm gonna move to where I can see him,
Okay.
and I'm gonna use entangle to see if I can tangle him to get him to hold still long enough for us to do something.
Okay.
So, he would need to make a strength check against my spell save DC, which is 12.
Go for it.
You said strength check?
Yep, strength.
Saving throw or check?
Check.
It just says check.
Okay.
Yep, he passes. Brushes it off.
Clearly.
Oh, nope. Strength saving throw. That's what it says.
Oh. Come on,
It's
Hale.
irrelevant. but-
Yeah. You passed by an even wider margin.
Okay.
Is there anything else you'd like to do? As you kind of like attempt to like sprout vines to like grasp him, and he just breaks through, now looking very panicked.
I'm gonna tell him that we're not trying to hurt him. We're just trying to calm him down. We're trying to keep him from hurting anybody.
Okay. He does not respond to
Ow.
that. Vel, your turn.
I'm just going to try to approach him cautiously.
Okay. Well, he's in the middle of a three-way weapon fight, so you walk towards the weapon fight, staying at the edge of it. What do you do?
Johan, please calm down. Everything is okay.
There doesn't seem to be much of an effect. He's just kind of, pushing Perrin's Warhammer hit to the side while ducking another sword attack towards his leg.
I don't want to have to do it, but can I use hold person?
You can definitely try. That is a wisdom saving throw, Johan.
Alright.
I
Did not succeed.
And with that, Johan immediately like freezes up mid-dodge. Is there anything else you'd like to do, Val?
I'm gonna try to get the guards to stop attacking him now.
So no, not really. Okay, Johan, go ahead and roll wisdom to get out.
Not quite.
Not quite. The guards, seeing that he is frozen, kind of in place, they both stop for a split second, noticing now, as so does Perrin, that he has stopped moving. And then together, they both thunderously attack him with their their mail-cladden fists.
Rolled that shit with advantage.
Yep. And neither of them hit you. They
Johan's
both
so OP.
attempt to strike, and at the same second, Johan, while he was frozen mid-dodge, just kind of falls to the side, and their fists just pass by. And they both kind of look at each other, a little distraught. Perrin, it's your turn.
Can he be grappled and paralyzed?
Yeah,
I would
technically.
imagine so. Yeah, right. Okay. Does he get to still contest the check if he's paralyzed? Or I just get advantage
I
on it.
automatically fail strength and dex
Mhm.
saving throws, so no, I don't get to contest. If you grapple me, I'm grappled, my speed drops to 0.
Good. Let's grapple him. Do I still
Mhm.
roll for that or no?
No,
because I
you-
can't
yeah,
contest it.
He can't stop you, so you just...
Sure, go ahead and roll for it, but I automatically roll a 0.
Perrin glomps onto you.
Yes, I tackle him to the ground.
Isn't that a separate action than just grapple? I mean, it's irrelevant because it's going to succeed, but...
It is technically a separate action.
Oh.
But it's fine.
Basically, the idea here is to just knock him down and then kind of protect him from the guards.
Yeah. Alright, so yeah, you basically just, as you see him falling, you lunge forward and wrap your arms around him, preventing him from moving in any way, and you just kind of like hold him there, clasped. Which brings us to Hale's turn. Hale stares.
Thinking
Sorry, I
about the
didn't
book.
hear you say my name.
Hale, it is your turn.
John's on the ground being held by Perrin, and are the guards still going after him, or?
They still look upset, and they're still sword in hand.
I'm gonna try and persuade them that right now he's contained, he's held. He should at least get a trial. Shut up, ignore my phone.
Maybe if you
Okay.
silenced it before the game,
It's my little sister.
Aww.
it doesn't change my statement.
It does change the statement, because I'm not gonna silence my little sister, so anyways.
You can make her vibrate. Giggity.
No, because then I won't notice it go off. Anyways, I'm gonna try and persuade the guards to not attack him. He's held down. He's restrained for now. We need to get him back to the town. There's clearly something wrong.
Alright, roll persuasion.
Okay.
I know you found a bunch of dead kids and you killed one of your friends, but there's clearly something wrong.
They don't seem very persuaded by your words. They look very upset. One of them, you do notice, stops for a second as, you know, they're kind of moving in slowly towards Perrin, who they're still not really sure what's going on. He stops for a split second and looks down at his friend, who is very severely hurt, laying on the floor next to the scuffle. And he says, What are you all doing here? What is this? Freeze.
We came because two of our friends were investigating something. They wanted to check something out, as far as I know. We came, we found them fairly alive, and then you guys were here and told us the children were dead. That's it.
Val, it's your turn. What do you want to do?
I'm going to attempt to back up Hale, saying we came to help Johan and Sarkesh, gesturing at them, because we thought they might be in danger. We have no idea what's going on here. We just came to help our friends. And one of them is still really hurt. And the other, I don't know what's going on with him. Please, help us. We don't know. We have to help them.
Roll persuasion for me. The guard that stopped for a second, he seems to be kind of, you know, calming down a bit. And he goes, okay, well, the two of you drop your items and put your hands up. We'll take you all back. He's still, you know, kind of got his weapon at the ready, and the other one is still kind of slowly moving towards Perrin, but he's not doing, he seems to be a little calmer now. Hale, Vel, do you both listen, or do you maintain grasp of your weapons?
I'm gonna listen.
Johan, go ahead and make your roll.
Okay. I don't know that that beats her DC.
It does. It's 14, so.
Alright. You are now just kind of
Free to move about the country.
struggling against Perrin's grapple. That bastard. Yeah, so the guard moves. The guard that was checking on his friend moves over towards Yuvel and then kind of pokes his head through the door to look over at Sarkesh, who's still slumped against the bed, unconscious. And you can see him deliberating for a little while, and then he turns to the other one and goes, "Well, knock him out." And he's gonna go ahead and attempt to knock out Johan.
Okay. I'm prone, so he gets advantage.
You're not prone. You're just grappled.
not?
You're not against
Oh,
the ground.
I thought he tackled me.
Yeah, he's only grabbing you. He doesn't have the ability to just push you to the ground.
Oh, okay.
He hits. You take 5 damage. Let me know if that brings you down to 0.
That brings me exactly down to 0.
Haha, you are unconscious, but not taking death saving throws because he's only trying to knock you out. Perrin, you can feel Johan go limp in your arms.
Okay.
As he lands the blow, he kind of looks up at you and says, "Throw down your warhammer, and we'll take you all back to Deadwood."
But I still have my warhammer. I would have to have both hands to hold him.
I know, but technically you can still have your warhammer in one hand. You're just not really wielding it.
Okay.
Because
Well-
grappling is essentially, I believe, a one-handed move. But yeah, he just asks you to do that.
Sure. I'll comply and drop my warhammer.
Okay. That brings us to an end of the combat. So I can get rid of guards.
And then with that, I'll just kind of go. I'm not sure what's wrong with him. We might want to bind him. As I'm kind of standing up.
The guard nods and then, still holding his sword, asks if anyone has any rope on them or has any way to bind him.
I hand over my rope that I have.
Okay.
Did the necromancers leave or take my items?
You're
Because
unaware?
if they... Huh?
You're unaware?
Well, no, I'm saying if my backpack is there, there's rope.
I know. But you're
I have
unaware.
50 feet or
Okay.
inches or whatever of hemp rope, so it's no big deal.
50 inches. No, yeah, you give them the rope and they tie up Johan. And they begin looking after their friend, who seems very hurt, and begin kind of mending to him. You can see one of them taking out their med kit to try and stabilize his injuries.
Can I
Oh,
use cure wounds on him?
I believe you can. I don't see why you
Okay.
couldn't try.
Well, I know Perrin's used a lot of his abilities today, so
This is true. He has used a lot of abilities.
Still have 3 more?
You were at
Oh, wait.
work. Technically, you're only supposed to have 1. And
2,
you used at least 3.
3. No, I still have 2 more first levels and 2 more second levels. Because I used 1 as a second level spell earlier. I used a lot of cantrips.
Okay. Yeah, you sit down and lay your hand very gently across his upper torso, and you can feel your magic's kind of radiating into his body, and you can actually hear a vertebra crack back into place as he takes and looks around. What happened? And he sees Johann just kind of like laying limp, tied up, and slowly gets to his feet with the help of his friend. What? You're all under arrest. We're taking you back to Deadwood.
We'll come with you willingly.
And with that, he and the other guard essentially put Sarkesh, like they firemen carry Sarkesh, and then they request that Perrin is the one to carry Johann, so one guard can kind of be free to escort you.
It's fine.
And of course, it takes 2 guards to carry Sarkesh.
Yeah, you're a heavy motherfucker.
Between the 2 of us, that's probably fun. It's like 500 pounds.
Yeah. They take you back to the city, and you are all immediately taken to the barracks and put into a cell. Sarkesh is not put into the same cell with you because he's sent to basically have medical treatment done to him. Johann, by the time you all get back, it's only a few minutes after you've been put into the cell that you regain consciousness, though you're still not quite yourself.
Okay. Should I be rolling anything?
No.
Okay.
Just, act like Johann. Just be you. Just be you, dog. So yes, they pretty much leave all of you into a cell. They tell you that they're going to heal your friend, and then he'll join you. And lock you guys away. A few minutes later, Johann comes to.
As per our discussion on Friday, I know what I did, right?
You are aware of what you did.
Okay.
Try and talk your way out of it.
Johann's just gonna sit up and begin meditating. He's not gonna
Okay.
say anything to anyone.
Well, if he's moving around, Fel's gonna go over there and just... Are you okay?
He's doing deep breathing exercises. His eyes are closed and he's not responding.
Fine, I'm just gonna sit next to him quietly and wait.
Well, I guess if we're gonna be in here for a while, I'll start my trance.
Okay.
Yeah.
Perrin, puts his back against this wall. You've all been disarmed and disarmored, obviously. Puts his back against this wall, kind of leans his head down, and as soon as they left, they just began trancing. Hale, is there anything that you're doing? No? Okay. You stare at Vel, who's sitting next to Johann, occasionally staring daggers at him, trying to figure out what's going on with him.
I mean, staring daggers is a little harsh.
I know.
She's concerned, not angry.
I know.
Hale's staring daggers. It works.
An hour goes by. No one does anything?
We're in a
jail.
cell. There's not much we can do.
Oh, yeah. I'm just saying. No one is anyone gonna go to sleep or talk to anyone, or should I just continue to jump ahead while you're all hanging out awake at like midnight?
If an hour has passed, then I can regain hit die, correct?
Nope.
No?
Nope.
Doesn't count as a short rest?
Not for you.
Oh, so I'm still at 0 HP?
Mm-hmm. Oh, actually, no, yeah, you're right. I'm sorry. You can regain hit die. Go ahead and roll it.
Okay.
Remember, product thing.
Okay. Baron is taking a long rest. Vel and Hale, what are you guys up to?
At this point, I guess Belle would have tucked her knees up, laid her head down, and cat-napped.
Okay, so you're going to bed. Hale, what are you up to?
I'll probably try and get a little bit of sleep too.
Okay. Very good. God damn it. There we go.
Alright, everyone's asleep?
Johan is the only one who's just like, essentially just meditating, but you're not asleep, I guess. But everyone else has decided to go to bed. What about you?
Alright. Johan's eyes open and he stands up.
Okay.
I need a little assistance here.
You stand up in the middle of the jail cell. Everyone else seems to be asleep around you. Vel has tucked her knees and her head in and is just kind of like leaning up against the wall next to where you were sitting or meditating. Perrin is on the far side of the wall and he is just, hands in meditating there in his deep trance that you've seen him do before. Hale is resting up against the bars, kind of towards where there's an open window that leads into the barracks so she can get some sort of moonlight laying down.
Okay.
The cell itself is, old. It's fairly rusted. And it's got a heavy lock on it. And the rest of the wall around you, there's no window into your cell. It's all just stone.
Okay.
As well as the floor and ceiling. They're both stone.
Do any of the bars look weaker than any of the others?
Go ahead and roll perception for me. Not particularly. Some of them look a little bit more rusted than the others, but none of them look particularly weak or damaged.
What about the padlock around the door?
It looks fairly maintained.
Okay. Then I'm going to find the most dilapidated looking bar and unleash a flurry of blows against it.
Okay. Go ahead and give me 1 second so I can look this up real quick.
Okay.
But go ahead and roll damage for your punches.
Just straight damage?
Just straight, yeah, you don't miss, so.
Okay. I'm just gonna roll it so I can click the button. Actually, you know what? No, I have it up here. I'll just click that again.
Okay. 8, 8, 15. Okay. So, you're attacking one of the bars, correct?
Yes.
Okay. With 3 heavy strikes, you manage to bend out and crack open one of the bars.
Is it enough for Johan to fit through?
You could try. It might be. You're gonna have to take an acrobatics check.
Okay.
Yeah, you barely, since you're not carrying anything on you, just your robes, you barely manage to like pull your way through, and you get all the way out before. Actually, I think all of you would have heard that well enough. If any of you, well, you all are awoken by that. As you awake, you see Johan sliding his way through the bars.
Can I grab him
Wait.
and pull him back?
Everyone go ahead and roll up initiative again.
Fun. Oh, well, I'm not doing anything.
God damn
Johan is the
it!
man!
I'm so done with you!
Who untied him?
Sarkash rolls a 0.
We tied him up so this wouldn't happen. Who untied him?
The
In the
guards,
cell?
they threw him in a cell. They're not going to keep him tied.
They should have!
Obviously, they fucking should have.
Obviously.
Oh my god.
Well,
Alright.
if we heard the commotion, the guards surely would have heard that, correct?
Perhaps.
Well, with my enhanced initiative, Johan is going to flee as quickly as he can, which means burning a key point to dash twice.
Okay. You bust your way. Are you going through the door, or are you going to try and get through the window? You can get through the window, but it's a decent drop, because you're aware enough of the barracks to know where you are.
How?
It's about a
Where am I
20.
in the barracks?
It's about a 20-foot drop, and you're
Oh, I'm going through the window.
on the north end of the barracks.
Window.
Okay. You make it up. You drop down.
I use my
Um,
reaction for slow fall.
Okay. And you make it. How fast do you go?
120 feet per round.
That's what I thought. All right. So, yeah, you make it almost all the way to the city wall.
Oh,
Uh,
I'm not fleeing to the wall. I'm fleeing back into the center of town.
Okay. Well, then, yeah, you turn and you begin making your way back towards the town. You clear the barracks, essentially,
Okay.
from where you are. And you're now kind of in the courtyard area between the barracks and the Castle Eerie. Vel, that brings us to you. What are you going to do with your turn? Bold move, Cotton.
Sorry, I needed a minute. I threw myself out of my chair. I'm so fucking frustrated.
Okay.
Brandon wants to know if you're okay.
Because I saw you fly out of your chair.
Yeah, I hit my elbow pretty hard.
Is it okay?
I'm fine.
Okay.
Well, at this point, Vel is going to use Thaumaturgy and start yelling for the guards to please come help Johan.
Okay.
Help him. He escaped.
Yes, help him. This is not like him. This is wrong.
You yell for the guards. That brings us to Hale. What's your turn? There is a shattered, open, rusted bar from your cell, and you did just see Johan fly through that window up in the corner.
I'm gonna sit down and chill. And just wait.
Okay. Perrin, that brings us to
I'm
you,
not gonna
buddy.
be able to catch his ass.
I don't think I have anything that helps. Yeah, and I have all my stuff. Not that that does anything for me, but I mean, I have all my stuff.
Yeah, it just means
So
that
I
there's
guess-
some things you can't cast, probably.
Yeah, so that means Thaumaturgy doesn't have. Yeah, so I just will start joining Voltari and yelling for the guards,
Guards! Guards!
specifically saying that he went out the window.
Okay. Johan, go ahead and roll stealth for me. All right. So, seconds later, the guards bust into the room. Notice it. They look at all of you very angrily. What happened?
Which one of you dumbasses untied him?
That net.
He broke the bar and ran! We don't know what's going on! This is not like him! He would never do something like this! He went out the window! Go get him!
One of them turns and immediately
Liar.
one of them immediately turns and runs out. The other one looks at Hale and calls her a liar.
Please tell me it's the same guy.
Yes. He transported between campaigns.
No, she's
Yeah,
talking
no.
about
That
the
happened
guy
in
that
this-
Hale
No,
said
I
it
know.
to.
I know. But yeah, and then a couple of the other guards are all just staying in the room to make sure nothing else happens. And then the one that you assume to be in charge looks at Hale, then looks at Perrin, then looks to you, Veltari, and says, "Okay, you seem to be the sensible one. What exactly happened?"
Wait, who's
He's
the
looking
sensible
at
one?
me.
No, he's looking at Vel.
Okay.
He's looking at you and Vel, but he's addressing Vel.
I don't know. We all sat down and we were all gonna just rest for a little bit. He was meditating. I fell asleep, and then we all woke up to him punching out the bars. And then he just squeezed through and took off. He would never do something like this, ever. I don't know what's wrong with him.
He turns and he looks to the other ones, the other guards in the room with him. I guess we're going to have to do this tonight. Separate them. And the guards open the door, and they each approach one of you and take you and begin leading you out of the room. We're going to take you to separate cells so we can question you separately, so we can get this massive headache taken care of as soon as possible.
With that, I comply.
Comply, but I'm way more concerned about Johan at the moment.
I'm sure.
Richard, I'm going to need more information later. I'll
Okay.
tell you when it comes up and I need it.
All
It's
right.
kind of out of our hands.
I'm complying as well.
All right. All of you are led to. Well, you're all led essentially down into the basement of the barracks, and put into much smaller cells in their each individual room, and informed that the interrogator will be in shortly for you all to figure out what exactly is going on. And then you are all left to your own devices. Sarkesh, go ahead and roll a Constitution saving throw for me. Alright, you regain the 1 HP you can possibly regain, and you are now conscious.
He's at -1 max.
No, because I looked over. He's not at -1 max.
Oh, okay.
He has 1 possible HP that he could have recovered. So you're now at 1 HP.
Yay.
And you come to on the top of a what appears to be some sort of like very poor, rough hospital bedding. There's a needle punctured into your arm with a sack of something attached to it, and you feel awful. Your neck burns like you've never felt before, and it's not the normal burn that you're used to. It's a very cold, almost electrifying feeling coursing through your throbbing neck.
Is there anyone else in the room?
No, there's currently not anyone in the room with you.
Can I see any mirrors?
Yeah, there's a mirror against one of the walls. It's a small mirror that's on a little tiny stand.
I'm gonna head over to it and check my neck.
All right, you get up, even though it pains you greatly. As you get up, you realize that you're not wearing anything except for a smock, essentially, just in your front, just covering the front of you. And you kind of slowly pull your way over towards the mirror, and you look at your neck, and there's this deep, about 1 inch, maybe 1.5 inch wide, black scar across your neck that has thread and going through it as it's been stitched up recently.
Ooh, that's bad.
Yeah, it doesn't look too pleasant.
Is there any chairs? I don't want to get back on the gurney.
Well, there aren't any chairs in the room, no.
Alright, I'll make my way back to the operating table and sit on it.
Okay. You sit on it, and a few moments later, a tall, well, fairly tall, fairly elven-looking woman enters and then kind of like is taken aback by you just sitting on the table. Good, you're awake. Guard? Guard?
What happened?
You were brought in and you had a severe neck wound, and I believe the guards want to have a word with you. She's slowly kind of taking steps back out the door.
That's perfectly fine. I need to speak to Lady Rocho as well.
She just kind of like nods, and seconds later, 2 guards enter the room. They're well armed, but they're not like, they're not holding their swords or anything.
Yeah, they can obviously see I'm in bad shape.
Yeah. And you, what happened? Your friends escaped.
What? I don't even know where I'm at.
You're at the barracks, sir.
All I remember was going to the mansion to investigate the, I was following an investigation for Lady Rocha about the necromancers. I was heading to the mansion to check and see if I could find...
Yes, that's fine, but right now we need to know where your friend would have gone.
Which friend?
The one that doesn't wear any armor. The other tall one.
The only place that I knew he went to was a hotel in the slums. Or an inn, sorry.
Yes, we've already detached men to go and search that. Thank you. If you wouldn't mind, please wait here for a while.
I don't think I'm going anywhere.
Very good. And they turn and walk out, and they close the door, and you can audibly hear all the lock turn.
Can I look around and see if there's any for warmth in here? Because I can bet I'm pretty cold.
You actually don't feel that cold. The tile or the stone below your feet actually does feel reasonably warm, like warmer than the wall stone. There's no like hearth or anything in here though. There are a couple of candles that are lit that you could, get a little bit of heat out of.
I'm just gonna lay back down on the operating bed, but first remove any bloodied pieces that are on it, like cloth.
Okay. It's actually been pretty well kept clean, but you do remove a bit of the bottom sheet that has some blood on it.
And I'll just lay back down and await the guards to come back.
All right.
Because I obviously need a lot of rest.
Okay. So, who wants to go first? Perrin it is.
Good.
Perrin, it's not that much longer as you're waiting down in the basement before a very gruff-looking, very short man with burned, like almost blackened, but it's actually got like an odd kind of purple tinge to it. Leather armored dwarf walks in. And he approaches you and drags a wooden seat in, turns it, and then sits down across from the wall that you're leaning against. Well, where's your friend?
Is this someone I've seen in the city before?
No, you've never met this person.
Because deep purple leather is kind of unusual.
Yes?
Where is your friend? To that, I guess I'll respond, which one do you speak of? Because you've isolated me from the others.
The one who escaped, obviously. The others, we know where they are.
Then you mean Johann?
Yes, that one. The tall one.
Fortunately, the only thing I know is he went through that window.
Aye, where would he have gone? We know that you and the Fiendkin and him stay at an inn in the deep. Is there anywhere else he frequents?
He is one of the city guards.
Aye.
So, outside of the barracks and any normal patrol routes, and the only other place I know that... Wait, Aaron doesn't know that. Nope. Aside from patrolling from the city, I'm not sure where he would go.
Very well. And then he gets up and drags his wooden chair out, turns, closes, and locks the door, and without saying a word, just leaves your sight.
Cool. I would like to continue my trance because I'm pretty sure it got interrupted.
Yeah, but
Twice now.
it's not enough to stop it, technically.
No.
You have an hour, I believe, while you're long resting that you're allowed to, like, walk and do very basic stuff.
Interesting.
Although you did use a spell, so... Either way, you begin to rest again.
Can't trip.
I know. But, like, you can't engage in it's fine. Don't worry about it. Hale, you see a very short, gruff-looking dwarven man wearing some purple charred armor enter your cell with his dragging behind him a wooden chair. He turns the wooden chair and sits down facing you. Hopefully you're more help than the last. Where's your friend?
Outside.
Aye. Where does he go?
Not here.
He leans back in his chair, and you can hear like an audible like cracking of the old wood that he's sitting on. So, you're one of those, eh?
One of what?
The unhelpful kind.
I'm giving you all the information I know.
Where does your friend normally go? Where does he normally visit, besides his inn? And the barracks, which I can assure you he's not in. My British is getting
He's not
really
my
Irish.
friend. I don't know. I don't talk to him on a regular basis. Usually I'm in the greenhouse tending to the garden and reading a book.
That's what Tico said.
Then why didn't you listen to Mr. Tico?
You can actually see him kind of smile a bit. Very well. And he stands up, turns, and without saying another word, drags his wooden chair out of the cell, closes it, locks
Poor
it behind
chair.
him. Then, a few minutes later, Vel, you see a short dwarven man with purplish charred leather armor dragging a wooden chair behind him. He opens the cell door, sets the chair down, and sits on it. Where did your friend go?
I don't know. I saw him go out the window. That's...
I.
Stop tapping.
If he's not at the inn, he's usually on his guard duty on an average day. The one time I went looking for him while he was on guard duty to try to find him and talk to him, I saw him in the center of town. But I don't know.
Well, is there anything else you know that could help us find him?
I'm afraid not. He's a fairly quiet, private person, so...
He sighs and he looks very irritated about the current circumstances. You can also see that he seems kind of tired, just in general, and he nods and he gets up and he grabs his chair and drags it out of the cell, turns, looks at you like he's about to say something, and he closes the cell door, locks the cell, and drags his chair behind him as he leaves.
Before he's completely gone, I just want to say, please, this really isn't like him. This is not typical behavior. There's something wrong. Whatever's going on, he's not in his right mind.
And then you hear a door close, presumably leading out of the area. Sarkesh, about half an hour after you've awakened, you hear the door unlock, and a small man, he appears possibly be a dwarf, enters, dragging behind him a wooden chair. He is wearing charred purple leather armor. He sets his chair in the center of the room and he sits down on it. Do you know where your friend is, or are you as unhelpful as the rest of them?
I'll try and be as helpful as possible in my condition. I slowly sit up and tell him everything I can tell him about Johann.
Okay.
Alright. Him and I started off as in the guard. So we regularly went on patrols together. When I stopped working with the guard, I noticed when I spoke to him, he was in the town center quite often. And okay, outside of character, Zach, did you and I ever talk about our new employments?
No. In fact, you are only aware that I'm not going to be in the guard next week because the guard captain told you that I quit before you did.
Okay, thank you. And all I know is that he said that the guard captain told me that he's no longer going to be in the guard at the end of the week. If anything, check the businesses within the town circle. He might have been trying to get a job with them.
Very well. Thank you for your time, sir. And he stands up. If there's anything else you remember, tell one of the guards that are outside.
Of course. Can you get a message to Lady Rocha?
I'll see what I can do. What is the message?
I'm wishing to ask for her forgiveness. I understand now why she said I should probably take more than one person.
Very well. And he turns and rubs his eyes before grabbing a hold of the back of his chair and dragging it slowly out of the hospital room.
Before he leaves, I apologize for not being more helpful.
Yeah. And he closes, and you can hear the door audibly lock behind him. Johann! You find yourself clutching your chest in the middle of the field, about a quarter of a mile outside of the front gate of the city. You come completely to your senses, remembering everything you've done, though not quite why you've done them. And you are panting, out of breath from having run so much.
I'm going to take, you said about a half a mile outside the city gate?
Yeah, like a quarter mile, yeah.
Quarter mile? Okay. I'm going to take like 4 or 5 minutes to regain my breath, center myself, and begin a slow walk back to Deadwood.
Okay. Doesn't take you that long. Eventually you get to the city gate, to which the guard atop the high gate yells, "Who goes there this late at night?"
There's no way I know this guard, right? Even though I worked in the barracks.
You probably don't. But go ahead and roll intelligence to see if you do.
Okay.
No, you don't know him.
Alright. It's Johann Koenig, member of the guard and parolee of the city. I need to be led back to the barracks.
Johann, what are you doing? Someone go and get him! And you can hear a couple of footsteps as one of the gate doors opens and 2 guards walk out kind of casually.
Yeah.
Johann, what are you doing out here this late at night? And they,
Can't
kind of
say,
begin
but-
leading you back in.
If either of you has manacles, I need to be detained and taken back to the barracks.
They look at each other, and then one of them runs into the guardhouse and comes back out with a pair of iron manacles that they attach your hands to.
And if any of you can find your superior, I'm sure they're looking for me.
Okay, Johann, what happened?
I don't know.
One of them rushes off, while the other 2 begin leading you back towards the barracks. Eventually you are taken back to the barracks, where you are met by a small contingent of about 6 guards outside. And you are properly detained and shackled by your feet as well. Someone waved. And led down into the basement of the barracks and thrown into a small cell. A few minutes later, a very short dwarven man wearing charred purplish armor drags a wooden chair, sits in the middle of the cell. He walks in and he sits on the chair. And he's holding a small kind of like cob pipe, which he lights and takes a long drag of. Well, very unusual for someone to break out and then come back in the same night.
I'm afraid I don't know what to say, sir.
Anything would be nice. I have to report this to the Lord, and I'm at a bit of a loss for words.
I'm afraid that makes two of us. You have my deepest apologies. And is the guard from back at the mansion, is he all right? Is he making a recovery?
Ah, yes, he should be fine, though. Well, he may not wish to be a guard anymore. That was quite a severe beating you gave him. It
I have to send him my condolences. I'm so sorry.
It seems his wounds are unable to heal that he sustained from you.
In what way?
It appears that all we can do at best is to stabilize him. He is barely conscious.
Johan's just shaking a little bit. So
Mhm.
I pray he recovers.
And he just kind of takes another drag of his pipe and
By the way, I have enough freedom of motion to like sit cross-legged, right? Because my ankles would still be next to each other. Or did they bind like my legs too? Like, can I sit up essentially?
you can sit up, yeah.
Okay. That's it. That's all I wanted to know.
Okay, yeah, you can sit up pretty much fine.
Because I figure if he's sitting in a wooden chair and I'm sitting upright, we're probably about eye level.
Mm-hmm. He taps his pipe on the chair and a little bit of ash comes out before he brings it back to his lips and takes another drag. What were you doing at that mansion?
I went with former guard Sarkesh to investigate a missing children's case. I think at the behest of Lady Orocha. He got a note. I don't know who sent it.
Very well. And he stands up and begins to leave while dragging his chair behind him, and he turns back as though he does want to say something, but stops himself. Guards! Separate them, but put them together. 2 cells. Thank you. And he looks back at you, Johan, and just watches you for about 15 seconds without saying anything before finally turning to leave.
I do my best to bow from a sitting position.
Okay. Not too much longer. Guards come in and collect all of you. You are... Well, the ones of you that are in the basement are led to a slightly larger cell where Perrin and Johan, you are put in one cell. Hale, Vel, you are put in a different cell. And a few minutes later, Sarkesh is brought down, and he looks quite in a bad way, with a very deep black gash across his neck. And he is also put into the cell with Johan and Perrin. The guards then lock the cell, and then they go, and there's another cell door, essentially, leading out that is also locked before they leave.
Right. My manacles are still attached to arms and legs, correct?
Yes, you are still very keenly
I'm
restrained.
making absolutely positive.
Yeah.
So
Johan, what the hell happened to you?
I don't know.
Well, that's good, because I don't know either. Perrin? Why are
How
we
large
in a
is the cell we're in, roughly?
It's probably about 15 by 5.
Okay, so it's a decent size. Either way, I'm backing up into a corner as far away from them as possible. I don't care which corner it is.
Okay.
Perrin, why are we in a cell?
Well, I'm sure you've probably had similar treatment, but the guards aren't particularly happy because they were attacked by, and I point at Johann, him, while we were in the mansion. And then he escaped, and that's about where we're at.
They found the missing children. They're all dead.
And
The
now
bastards got
Sarkesh
away, and
crumbles
we were the ones
into
they
a-
found.
And hearing that, Sarkesh crumbles to his knees and just starts crying.
We're not in a good position. And I can't say I've helped.
Sarkesh is just now going to be silently sobbing to himself.
Johan is gonna try and meditate in the corner.
Anyone else? Anything they
Actually,
have
at
to
this
say?
point, it's probably a good idea to sleep.
The other ones are within earshot, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
They're essentially like, if from cell to cell, it's about a 8-foot gap, so they can hear you unless you're whispering.
Did we see them come in, or?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So they at least probably saw him come in here too, then, huh?
Yeah, you can all see each other. There's no hiding in this area.
Oh. Are the cells across from us?
Yeah.
Oh, then I'm
Oh.
specifically as far away from the other cell as possible.
Okay.
I thought we were side by side.
No, you're essentially just across from each other.
So you're in the back corner, okay.
I'm gonna ask Johan if he's okay. Belle has been very worried.
I'm gonna get tired of hearing it, but I don't know. So, in my back corner, I'm attempting to sleep.
Okay. I assume everyone else then goes to bed, or is there anything you guys are going to discuss with each other?
Sarkesh is just going to wind up falling asleep while he's crying.
Okay. Sounds pretty Sarkeshian. He's got the feels. The deep feels.
I don't have anything to say, but I'm definitely not falling asleep because last time I did, Johan went crazy.
Okay.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea. I've gotten my sleep, so I'm gonna keep him at least, like, within peripheral vision.
Okay.
Yep.
Sounds like a thing. So. Good. Sarkesh, you take a long rest, but you cannot recover any HP.
Nope.
Perrin, you've finished. Well, technically, you've only finished a short rest in the time that it's taken, unless you want to continue, like, finish your rest for the 2 hours and then wake up.
So I haven't recovered any spell slots yet?
No. Not unless you can recover them by short rest, which I don't think clerics get.
That's
No,
only
only warlocks
four.
get that.
Yeah.
need my 4 hours.
So you're gonna pass out for the couple hours while Veltari is the one watching?
Being that he's in the cell with me, I'll tell her to sleep first.
There is much protest. There is no way Vel's going to sleep.
Johan's sleeping like a baby.
Or is he? As the GM
I don't know.
cackles
GM has to-
maniacally.
I do what I can. Gotta keep you on your toes, boys and ladies.
Oh, wait, I was out for 8 hours. That doesn't have to be considered a long rest.
That was not.
You were unconscious slash dead.
Yeah. You were not
Yeah,
resting
that's
for 8 hours. Your ass was out.
You
No,
were
he's
attempting
out- he's
to not
asleep now.
die
Yeah.
very hard.
You have now finished a long rest, but cannot, like, once you wake up, you'll have finished a long rest, but you can't recover
Well, at least
anything
get my
until
spell slots
afterwards.
back.
Yes.
Well, at any rate, the night proceeds and I just keep an eye on him.
Okay.
Should be able to make do with 5 spell slots.
Probably. Alright, so. In the morning.
4.
Does it mean I finished a long rest?
Um,
I don't know at what point I actually went to bed.
oh. You will have finished a long rest when I begin, yes.
Okay.
You also cannot recover any HP beyond what you've recovered, I believe.
Isn't the house rule that I finish a long rest, I get half my max hit die?
Yeah, but you can't recover a necrotic until after you've finished a long rest.
Oh.
Which means you have to do a long rest, and then after that you can start recovering hit die.
I also don't know what the necrotic damage I took was. Because I can recover up to that amount.
Mm-hmm. You took a fairly significant amount, but
Yeah,
say
I know.
17 you're probably alright at.
Alright.
Also, you're under slightly different rules than everyone else for the moment, so it doesn't
know.
matter anyways.
That's fine. I still
Anyways,
recovered 2 hit die. It's back.
yeah.
So that's what I was really concerned about.
you can get up to 17 HP back. We'll let you get that. Yes. So, in the morning, Perrin, Vel, you're both awake. Hale, I assume you took a long rest. Sarkesh, you are beginning to wake up, and Johan, you're also waking up. And you can hear the outer door of your cells open, and a fairly kindly old man wearing maester's robes walks in. Oh, you all seem to get in trouble so often. Veltari. Maester Judic bows as he enters.
I assume I'm sitting, so I bow as much as I can from a sitting position.
None of you are restrained besides Johan. So,
Well, Judic coming in. Judic, I assure you we were at the behest of the witchery in this situation. You may have them check Sarkesh here. He's whatever magics were there at work, it still affect him and Johan here.
yes, envoy has been sent to the witchery. The Lord is understandably furious, and I've come to find out what it is that you all know, so that I can advise the Lord and the proper form of action.
As it were, Voltari, Hale, and myself got permission from Dorison to leave the city.
Actually, I believe it's easier if we go in actual chronological order, so the people you should speak to first are Johan and Sarkesh.
Very well. Johan, Sarkesh. And he
I was-
kind of sits himself down in the center of the stone floor below him, and he pulls out a piece of paper and parchment.
well, I received a clue on the necromancers, and I went to Lady Rocha to see if I could obtain some help on the investigation. She told me the witchery was too spread thin for me to gain any assistance. So I then went and asked the guard captain if he could spare a few guards after I asked if Johan and I could have leave for the night so we can investigate the mansion. He told me that the guards were also too spread thin for me to take anyone, but we had leave to investigate. But if we were not back with him, it would be our hand. Then, when we went to investigate, we found the mansion was still boarded, as it was boarded and chained. We circled it. We could hear voices inside and also see light. We decided to enter through the cellar. We made our way in and found there was a hearth still burning within the kitchen. We made our way through the dining room and into the main hall. We were going to attempt to enter another room when a man stepped out. He seemed alarmed that we were even there. I then asked him, I'm having trouble remembering, sir. I'm sorry.
Yes, of course, take your time. And he's still just writing on his parchment.
I remember that they said this is their house now. They said that the owner left it to them.
No, they said
one that-
there was no owner and they were taking ownership.
All right. You remember better than me, I guess.
They were
Good.
squatters.
Yes, Johan. We attempted to see if they would allow us to continue our search through the house for the children. The tip I had received said that there were missing children all over town, and that the necromancers might be involved. And when they told us to leave, or it would be, they began threatening us, telling us to leave. So Johan had took it upon himself to, what was it you were going to do? Force them to leave?
I was going to apprehend them.
Yes, that. And I decided to help him. And we began fighting with them. Near the end of the fight, I noticed two of them brandishing dark weaponry. Small daggers, but they had dark runes upon them. And then it all faded to black.
Johan, do you have anything to add?
They had strange magics that held both of us in place as they wailed on us. And the only other thing I have to add is that whatever magics were placed upon their daggers, I've felt before.
You have?
Once fighting a living shadow, and another fighting the skeleton when we were searching for the necromancers in the graveyard.
Interesting. Bizarre. Is there anything else?
That is all I remember. The last thing I remember past that was waking up in the, I guess, your medical area of the barracks.
Yes. Johan, anything else you remember?
Nothing prior to being awoken, revived by my companions sometime later.
And that's all you have to add to the story. And he turns to Vel and Hale. The three of you got permission to leave and went to the mansion, I take it?
After we didn't see or hear anything of Sarkesh and Johan, we got concerned because we didn't know what was going on. So we had asked at the witchery. I had asked at the witchery. Hale and Perrin asked some guards to find out where they had gone or anything, and we followed out to the mansion to see if we could retrieve them. We found them in a rather poor state, barely alive. Perrin managed to get Johan up and moving again. And that's when the guards came and hell broke loose. Johan had charged them and gave one of them quite the beating. And we did what we could to stop him. And
Unfortunately,
we were...
not enough.
You weren't in your right mind.
Has the guard made any more recovery since last night?
No. He's still in very dangerous position.
Johan's gonna, kind of hang his head. So.
Mr. Judik, is there any word on how the children... Sorry. I'm sorry.
The children found at the mansion were deceased upon the guard's arrival.
Have there been autopsies yet?
No. There's no need.
Very well.
Vel, Perrin, Hale, is there any more that you wish to add after that? Tell me of the barracks. Johan escaped during the night?
Well, since the guards found us in the mansion, Johan hasn't been in his right mind. He's been acting very strange up until very recently. And once we were brought back, we had fallen asleep for the night, and Johan woke us up by breaking the bars and making a break for it out the window.
I meditated until I had regained my key. I hit the bar hard enough to bend it, slipped through, jumped out the window, and made my escape of Deadwood.
And then you came back?
About a quarter-mile outside the city wall, I decided it was no longer what I wished to do.
Curious. Is there anything else anyone would like to add before I make my decision on what the Lord should do?
No, good master.
Very well. It has been decided prior that you are to be tried in, I think it's 3 days. 3 days' time. But And he kind of... You can see that he's kind of fighting with some sort of inner conflict with himself. I feel that the... Well, it's very precarious out there. The Lord is furious. The witchery is understandably upset. The townspeople are looking for blood, and I don't believe you will find a fair trial. I know none of you are from the north, but perhaps it might be smart of you to request a trial by combat. I fear it may be your best bet, though. Even then, it'll be a very dangerous gamble.
Do not believe I would survive even then.
If you feel it's our best option, and my companions agree,
I would rather die as a
what is the
war.
sentence for those not involved in the trial?
The Lord has not decided.
But it's not guaranteed death.
What do you mean?
Well, if we lose the trial by combat, we will be slain in the ring, correct?
Ah, yes, I forgot. I should explain this to you. A trial by combat is a very old custom in our lands. You will elect one champion, and you will fight against the champion of that who you have wronged. In this case, the lordship. And you will fight in one-on-one combat. The winner, as proven just, and will be, well, released as though you are proven innocent. If you fail, you will be slain, and your compatriots will be sentenced whatever justice the Lord decides.
I would
And
choose
victory
trial.
in the ring is final?
Yes. You have time to make your decision. I don't expect you to make it now. I simply wanted you to be aware that you do have another option, as I fear no one else would inform you. And he kind of stops a second, looking at Vel and then towards Perrin, and I just thought you all should know. And he turns, gathering up his bits of parchment and paper. Thank you for your time. You have 3 days. And begins leaving, and then he leaves the confining cells.
Johan's gonna slump back down.
Am I able to heal myself and regain some of my composure yet?
You can attempt to heal yourself at any time.
Lay on hands.
Okay. How much are you using?
20.
Okay. You regain 20 hit points.
Yeah, I can sit up without hurting now.
It still hurts, especially your neck. Even as you lay on your hands, that scar does not change at all. And it's still, you can definitely still feel that burning sensation in your neck. But the rest of your body feels significantly more rejuvenated, and the aches and pains of the previous day's fight wither away.
Perrin, which would you prefer, the trial or trial by conflict combat?
For clarification purposes, it's one champion for all of us.
Yes, it's one-on-one combat.
One
You
champ-
elect one versus their champion.
Hmm. Well, I think I'd prefer the trial in that situation. A lot of things that can go wrong.
Yeah, considering that the most logical choice would be Johann. But if Johann goes crazy again, he could potentially.
If you're talking about killing someone in trial by combat, that's kind of the point. If I win,
that's
I
a
win.
fight to the death.
The gods have chosen me
I'm
as just.
saying it could potentially be even worse.
But the point is that we want him to best the other champion.
I
How would
know.
that be worse?
It's
He
irrelevant.
bests the other champion and then goes on a rampage?
Pretty sure they wouldn't do this in the middle of the street?
No, just do it in like town square. They're like, all right, fight. And then
No,
turn around and just murder
That's
7
still
people.
not even the point, because as a general rule, considering all things, stuff like that is considered a spectator sport. So there is usually people watching. And
Yeah, but not in the
Johann
ring.
jumped out a window and said, "Nope, bye guys, I'm a monk." And I don't
I don't think he
put
said
it past-
anything when he jumped out the window. But that's probably what he was thinking.
And I'm just saying you could find a way to hurt somebody.
You can always find a way to hurt somebody.
Or he could just leave us all there.
I'm just saying. Plus,
But what is Bell saying? Because this is a lot of out of character conversation.
I don't even know if logically. No, this is important. Even if it were like me or Hale that went in, could we even use magic? Would they let us?
Sounds like a fight of skill and rush skill.
Are you asking me?
Yes.
You don't know. Maybe? Maybe not?
That's the kind of thing you ask an official.
I think we should have asked Judik.
I'm done with my outburst.
Check.
I was having the argument with Brookie, so.
So the Lord is
Did-
reasonably pissed at us right now. Johann,
Yes,
interrupt your meditation.
I'm not meditating.
You think you could stand a chance against their champion?
I feel I could fare reasonably well.
My armor and sword, so do I. So,
If we vote for trial by combat, then I'd like to throw my hat in the ring. I got you guys into this mess. I'm alright with losing my life to get you out.
I'm not okay with you losing your life to get us out.
I've come pretty close quite a few times.
I don't care.
3 times.
I choose the trial. I'm
My
not,
vote remains
many-
trial by combat, but in this situation, I don't think my vote carries much weight.
Richard.
Yeah.
Would I know what necrotic damage looks like just from my research on necromancy?
Make an Arcana check.
Okay.
Hey, you was good at that.
Apparently not very good.
In another life,
Apparently
you were
sometimes.
amazing. You know what necromancy and like necrotic magics are, but your ability to distinguish them, you're not like very well versed in it.
No. Honestly, we still have 3 days to decide. Is there any guards in the room, Richard?
Yeah, there is. There's a guard sitting behind the secondary gate leading out.
I go up to the bars and ask him if the rules of trial by combat.
He looks fairly annoyed, and then if a highborn is accused of a crime at any point during a trial held by the local lord, he may demand the right to trial by combat. He must represent himself and is pitted against the lord's champion, and they fight to the death, or that is usually how it goes.
No rules with how the fight goes, no magic, no nothing.
I don't know, I've never seen one myself.
Very well.
Did you say the challenger must be highborn?
No?
No, I totally fucking spaced. I could have sworn you said that.
If a highborn is accused of a crime, he may request trial by combat. In which he, or a champion, fights the Lord's champion.
Thank you for your time, sir.
He nods and goes back to just kind of nonchalantly watching the room to make sure you guys don't try and escape again.
There's no open window in this room.
There isn't.
Thank God.
I can make one.
You could try. You can always try.
Good.
Hang on. Prove yourself first.
Hmm. Well,
Okay.
I think
Yes.
being that I am a war priest and I am lawful good, Perrin will kind of go. "Well, I believe the trial by combat should be our course."
Seems honorable. I choose combat.
Though.
I'll vote
Yeah.
combat as well.
I don't like this.
Whether you like it or not, it's the only decisions that we have.
I'm outvoted anyway. Why are you even asking?
We still have 3 days. It might change. I'm just gonna go sit in a corner now.
Okay. So is there anything left for you guys to discuss, or shall we jump ahead 3 whole days?
Actually, yes, I do have something I might be able to do.
Okay.
I'd like to get the guard's attention.
Okay. It's not very difficult.
Good. Good guardsman. I need to send message to the noble Kira Akanon.
I.
Yeah. It's a favor that I would like to collect on.
Very well. What is the message?
Tell him that the cleric Perrin that I met at Our Lady of Mercy would like to collect on his favor.
Perrin, if this is in regards to a highborn requesting trial by combat, I am capable. You can save your favor.
Very quietly to Johan. He might still be helpful.
I'm just saying, don't throw away a favor from a noble.
Then I just kind of wave him off and go back to the guard.
I, Kira Akanand. You request a favor from him?
Yes.
Very well. And he's writing on a small piece of parchment, and he slides it under the door. It's a few feet behind where he's normally sitting, and then he pounds on the door a couple of times. And then he goes back to his seat.
With that, I go to the wall and sit.
All right.
Get my sleep since we actually have somebody watching us.
Okay. You guys are brought lunch, and then about midway through the afternoon, there's a knock at the door. The guardsman goes, and then the door opens, and a short elven woman walks in and sits in front of the doorway in the chair that the guard was originally sitting in. Which one of you is Perrin the cleric? She's kind of looking over all of you.
Now then I'll kind of greet her and say that I am.
What request is it that you have of my lord?
If possible, I would like to meet him face to face.
I'm afraid that might be a bit difficult, but I suppose I can pass that request to him. Is there anything else that he need know?
That I'm humbled that he even is considering accepting the favor that he owes me.
Well... It seems you have a few friends in high places, and she smiles and then gets up from her seat and begins walking out of the cell.
Okay.
You guys spend the rest of the night in the cell, I assume, with no hiccup. The next morning comes along. Sarkesh, you can heal some more. Johan, you can roll 1 hit die.
Only one? Oh, right, because, yeah, never mind, I have different rules.
Wait, my hit die is all these dice or just one?
Your hit die is up to all of those die.
Okay, so I just rolled the wrong one.
Like, it should have a total number and another number. You can roll up to that, and you also get half of them as a free roll.
I don't know why I didn't roll them all at once.
Oh, because you have to keep clicking them. Okay. Johan, you recover 5. You can feel in your muscles that, like, just in your body that you're, like, thirsty and hungry. The water and food that have been given to you don't quench it, don't quite give you what you want. And you can feel just in the depth of you a longing for more.
All right.
The next morning, you're given more food and more water. Nothing really happens. And then in the afternoon, there is a knock that comes to the door.
Did you say the next morning or the
Yes,
same morning?
the following
Okay,
morning.
so do I get to do more hit die?
Oh no, it's that morning.
Oh, sorry.
One
Okay.
day has passed.
Okay.
It is now the 7th. Not the 8th yet. There's a knock just before the afternoon. The guard gets up and then leaves the room entirely as he opens the door. And a very regal looking man walks in and sits looking a bit unhappy at the little wooden chair that he's sitting on. Perrin, what can I do for you?
I recognize this as Kira.
Yes, he looks the same as the man that you met.
Okay. Um, Your Lord, I did not expect to have to use my favor in this manner, but I need to use my favor to aid not only myself but my traveling companions here. The Lord seems to think we are guilty of a crime we did not commit.
Well, I don't know that much, but the city is in quite... The city is quite tumultuous with accusations being thrown all around. The Lord himself seems to be reserving judgment.
Yes, well, as it were, he will be our judge in this manner. So I implore you to use your standing with Lord McKellick to perhaps persuade him of our innocence.
I will do what I can, of course. I doubt that you had any part in this.
Of course not. And I'll kind of tell him my side of the story and kind of go that, we want to go assist them because we thought that innocents were involved. And that, I even tried to disable one of my friends as he went kind of crazy. And I'm sure it's easy for him to tell which one that one is because he's blinded
He's
next to me.
slumped up in a corner. Or
Yeah.
slumped
With
over in a corner.
manacles.
Yep. And then I'll kind of remind him of my services in the hospital, as that is the reason I know him.
Yes, I will do what I can. Seems you have a couple speaking on your regard already. Quite a impressive amount of pull for people so new to the town.
Yes, well, I'm sure you're familiar with the circumstance in which we are here, so um, and most of us have been amongst the people helping as much as we can.
I agree. I will make that argument, my lord.
And with that, you have my thanks. And I give him a good hearty bow.
He stands up and bows as well. It's a shorter bow, of course, but he does return the favor. Well, if that's it, I suppose I shall go. I will see you in a few days' time, Perrin.
Of course, and I'm very humbled by your presence and willing to even come here into the barracks.
Yes, normally I wouldn't get my hands dirty in such affairs, but seeing as Virgil... Well, it's no problem, Perrin. And he turns and leaves the prison, the cell area, and the guard returns to his seat. And the day passes.
Yay. I used my only bargaining chip.
Yeah. Jan, if you want to roll, you can roll another hit die.
Okay.
Sarkash, if you need to, you can roll more hit die.
No, that was more than enough.
Okay.
And I get my lay on hands back.
Yeah, it's true, you do. Alright. So,
Is this the second or the third day?
this is day 2.
Okay.
You will be in... It is your trial, then tomorrow.
Okay.
The day goes by, you get breakfast, you get lunch. Just before dinner, there's a knock on the door, and Maester Judic is let in. Well, friends, how are you faring?
Johan
Neck
doesn't
still
even get
hurts.
You have a blackness blighted upon your skin. May I look at that?
Yes, of course. I get up and walk towards the bars, keeping my hands behind me.
He leans forward and looks and brings his hand up at his foul thing.
Do you know what it might be?
Well, it appears it is a seeping wound, as we call them. Wounds inflicted by a very dark source that don't heal.
I've never had this type of wound before. Is there any way to truly heal it?
At the mention of that, Johan is going to sit up, but not say anything.
Okay. Normally, they do end up healing on their own, though it takes quite some time. That appears to be very deep. It would take a long time, or someone with specialized medical training, or perhaps divine intervention.
I'll begin praying then, because I think that's the only way I will be healed.
It's very possible. I am sorry for your suffering. I'm sure that must feel dreadfully painful.
Feels like a bolt of lightning is hitting me in the neck.
Unfortunate. The rest of you faring better?
How is the guard I assaulted?
He is not recovered.
Johan goes back to his slumped position.
With that, I guess, Judic, I suggest taking this guard down to see Jeanette. She's the halfling of Mercy. Her and the elf that helps her run the hospital might fare a little bit better than those in the barracks here, taking care of this guardsman.
I'll take that under advisement. Thank you, Perrin.
As for us, they're taking good care of us. I would imagine that you had a say in that, and I thank you for that, Judic, and I bow to him.
He gives a small bow back, mostly because he's quite feeble, being elderly.
Mr. Judic,
Yes?
may I ask what we're truly being charged for? That is something we have not been told yet.
You have been charged in the kidnapping and murder of 2 children.
Sir, can you please repeat that one more time? I don't think I heard you correctly.
You have been charged with the crimes of kidnapping and murdering of 2 children. Those were the bodies recovered from the mansion. Well, yes. A grave thing.
Did they have the same wounds as I do?
He actually looks a bit confused. No, they've... I'm afraid I can't speak anymore. To do so may color the trial.
Of course. But as you can tell, this kind of wound on me would incapacitate me for a long period of time.
Yes, though you seem to be, in all other regards, healing quite well.
Well, the staff here actually works pretty well under pressure.
So I suppose I should come to the real reason I've come. Is there any... Have you made your decision?
Johan's, without sitting up, he's just going to speak to Judic. Maester Judic, we've come to the decision for trial by combat.
Very well. You will be facing, well, whoever among you elect tomorrow will be facing Gundyr Frostbeard. He is a fearsome warrior.
Is the man we spoke to earlier?
Judic just kind of looks at you confused.
The dwarven man in purple burnt on leather armor?
Oh, no, that is not Gundyr.
Oh well, he just didn't introduce himself, so I didn't know.
Yes, that is, Interrogator Theron. Therum. No, Gundyr is a master of the halberd. He wears plate armor at almost all time I've ever seen him. Well,
I have one more question for you.
Yes.
I woke up with none of my belongings. I do not know if my sword or anything was retrieved when I was brought back.
Yes. Everything in the house that looked to be new was retrieved and recovered.
I have a question
Yes. Miss
about the
Hale, I
Alasia.
believe. Yes.
when it comes to trial by combat, what all is permitted in the forms of combat? Would magic be available for use if one knows it?
I do not believe there is anything outlawing the use of magic. Though I would have to look, it has been years since anyone has elected a trial by combat. I suppose it may just change the champion. And he looks at him, or he starts kind of like, looking and thinking to himself.
Maester Judith, many of us, even us warriors, can use a type of magic.
Many?
All but Johann. Can you use magic?
Sorry, did you actually ask me?
Yes, I actually asked you.
Sorry, I thought you said all but Johann can use magic, but I heard an upward inflection. No. I can't use magic.
Alright, yes.
You
All
four
but
are odd for your abilities, too.
I'm a paladin, sir.
I stand by my statement.
Judith, last you were here, you said that you were unsure of whether or not we would win a regular trial. I have had the pleasure of having the noble, or one of the nobles from the House of Akanon come and speak to me. He says that there are some that support us. Do you feel that our regular trial would be more in our favor now?
Well, I suppose there have been many discussing it. It appears that your position has gained some bit of favor recently, as both Virgil and Lord and Lady Akanon have been discussing your prior help to the city, and the Lord seems receptive to it, yes. Either way will be very perilous, I assure you. And he does kind of like look over at Johann, and then towards the rest of you very slowly. It may perhaps be favorable for you to do the normal trial, and, well, he kind of like looks back at the guard and then kind of calls you closer, Perrin, as the guard's just kind of, nonchalantly sitting, not really watching. And he leans in towards the gate.
Is it bad that I'm still standing next to the gate? I'm just asking you, Richard.
No. Not particularly.
I might be able to hear this.
Yeah. And he kind of whispers, "You can, during the trial, request the trial by combat if you feel it is not going well. Though there will be a time at which the Lord will have made his judgment, and at that point you may no longer request it."
With that, I'll just kind of nod and gesture for him to back away, to
Mhm.
not look suspicious.
But perhaps a trial may be good for you, though there are still many in the court that would like to see you punished.
Mr. Judic, would they rather see innocent men punished over the men who can continue to do it over and over?
Well, I'm sure they wouldn't.
Well, then hopefully the Lord can see that same outcome.
Aye, but there are more forces that pull on the trial than just justice, I'm afraid. Especially in a time like this. Then he kind of quickly glances over. First he looks to you, and then he looks back at Veltari really quick, and then back at you.
It's because of my heritage, isn't it?
It's because you're outsiders. Yes.
Well, that's what I get for trying to help.
No good deed and all that.
Sounds about right. So, what time is the trial set for?
Midday.
Well, Judic, I believe based on our discussion today, it seems we might have to vote again, and I do believe an actual trial might be more fitting. And I kind of give him a wink.
Yes, well, feel free to discuss it. I suppose that's all for me. We'll see you all tomorrow in the afternoon, one way or another.
Of course.
And he bows, and on his way out, he begins kind of chatting with the guard a little bit, and both he and the guard exit the cell area, but you can hear the door that they are standing on the other side of close and lock.
Okay.
And you can hear them muffled discussing something on the other end.
Okay.
That's not normal.
And with that,
Is there any chance I can roll perception on it?
You can try.
Do I need to roll it at disadvantage for distance or anything like that?
No.
Okay.
It seems to be, at least to your ears, very unimportant conversation. Whereas Judic he just seems to be very asking pointed questions, of like, you're feeding them right. You're making sure that they all get the correct medical attention. The guard's like, yeah. And Judic just continually asks very trivial questions over and over again.
Okay.
and anyway, I guess very quickly I'll kind of motion for everyone to kind of get close and say that Judic, under his breath, told me that a regular trial could proceed, and then if we felt the trial was going against us, that we could still insist on trial by combat. So I
take my chance.
Yes.
Out of the trial.
Well, I do believe that it would at least give us a couple of perhaps different ways to get out of this.
So we could get a feel for our standing, and if the outlook isn't good, we can switch over to the surefire thing.
Yes.
Yes.
I see no reason to not at least give it a try.
Gives us better chances, I believe,
Doubling up.
as it were.
We'll go to the trial then.
You may get your trial yet, Vel. And with that, Johan's
I
gonna
just
pull back
want this
over and kiss the
solved
wall.
without bloodshed.
Did you wave? So,
heard the word blood. What's going on in here?
After
Someone?
after a few minutes, the guard, you can hear the guard opening the door. And he goes and resumes his seat. A few moments later, the dinner is brought in, and then it's time for your night night.
Yay.
Before I go to bed again, I ask the guard if he can bring someone in to look over this room one more time.
He nods and almost kind of dejectedly walks out for a second and then comes back. Someone will be in shortly.
Thank you.
I'm gonna go pee while you guys are doing that. So
Okay.
I don't miss the trial.
I love that the guard is meant to watch us, but we're kind of turning him into our bitch. You, watch him. You, go do stuff for us.
Guard, he's touching me.
No, we're on the other cell.
A few
Okay.
minutes later, a half-elven woman walks in, and very kind of nervously approaches your cell. Perrin, I believe you all actually do recognize her. Perrin especially so. And she just, looks up kind of quickly at Perrin for a second and then looks back at Sarkesh. Come forward, please, sir.
Step forward and apologize to her for making her come here.
It's no problem, sir.
Alvin, I'll just kind of say hi. Very quietly.
She whispers hello back as she's turning Sarkesh's head and gently kind of pressing against the wound.
Ow.
I'm sorry, sir. I just need to look this over. It seems you had a very rough run-in with something. I'm not sure that there's much I can do, but I will give it a try.
He's disinfectant, anything. If anything to numb the pain.
Well, I can get you something to numb the pain, if you would like.
Yes, please.
Very good. First, she puts her hand up against the side of your neck, and you can hear her chanting some sort of small prayer, and you can feel warmth, and a very pleasant warmth surround the scarred area, and kind of just dissipate gently into your neck. And she pulls her hand away, and yes, I suspected it wouldn't work. I'll be back in just a moment. And she leaves the cell. The pain ebbs back in and begins, feeling like fire against your neck. She returns a few minutes later, carrying something wrapped in a small leaf, and hands it to you. Chew this. It will numb the pain. Sorry I was unable to be of more assistance. And she turns and begins leaving.
It's quite alright. Thank you for trying.
Yes, good luck tomorrow. And she turns and leaves.
Now I'll begin chewing that, then I'll go to sleep if it helps with the pain.
It does. It's not localized, so as soon as you start chewing into it, you can feel your tongue numb and your mouth numb and then your throat numb. But it does, as soon as your throat gets numb, it takes only a few minutes before the scar itself, you stop feeling it altogether, and you drift off to sleep quite pleasantly.
Good. At least I get a good night's sleep for once.
Yeah. Rest of you, doing anything for the night?
Sulking.
Yeah, pretty much.
Grump.
Baron, very disappointed with the interaction there, decides to sit and sulk in the corner.
Him
Wonder
and
why
Yo,
he couldn't woo Fursa.
he and Johan have a sulk off.
I didn't get any tang before I died. I murdered a dude.
I said some things I didn't want to.
I didn't do very well at Go Fish.
You lost at this game called Go Fish.
It's different than the one you taught me.
Little bastard was cheating.
Good job, Perrin. Good job, Johan. I agree. Little bastard was cheating. So, the next day rolls by. Johan, go ahead and heal yourself up a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're at max HP, right? Yeah.
Yep. I didn't actually have to roll that. I only had one missing.
Nice. Very good, sir. Well, is there anything that you guys would like to do or attempt to do before the trial?
Eat breakfast.
I'm a break out again.
Okay, go ahead. How are you going to do it?
Get out of your chains first.
What do you think I've been working on for the last 3 days?
He's just been peeing on his chains. Smells
Got
awful
nothing
in
better
that
to do.
cell, by the way.
They're not bringing me enough water.
Or they're giving you too much.
I've been giving you my water. What are you talking about?
Anyways, no, there's nothing I'm doing.
Okay. You all eat breakfast, and then as midday rolls around, you are all... 6 guards come in. They manacle all of you by your hands and legs, and then begin leading you across to the castle. You enter the castle and are led to the main hall, which has been changed fairly significantly from the last time you saw it. There is a very large circle in the center of the floor now with some strange markings around it, and you are instructed to stand in the center of it. Flanking you, you see a contingent of guardsmen. There are some nobles there, and you see the Lord and his son and wife, as well as cloaked figures that you do not recognize. Hale, you notice the mage that you've been working with, and a couple of the other mages that wear fairly similar apparel. And you can also see Judic standing beside the Lord.
I bow to the Lord and await the beginning of the trial.
I'm just gonna go on for a second. Thank you. Thank you for waiting. I appreciate that. Well, as you've all heard from the testimony, the guards found these 5 outside of the city wall in... Oh god, I forgot the name of the mansion.
I might have actually written it down.
I know I have it.
Mansion of Albert Vendre.
Vendre. In the Vendre mansion with 2 disemboweled children who had been kidnapped within the previous week. We will now hear their side of the story. And he kind of like looks over at one of the hooded figures wearing a black cowl that covers him completely. Our interrogator will ask some questions, and we will find the truth of this matter. Be it their fault, the fault of these witches or necromancers, Or, and he kind of like gives a sidelong look to a couple of women that, Sarkesh, you do notice. If the witchery is to be held accountable. And then he gets up out of his chair and walks a few feet forward, and you notice that there is a small line etched in the ground in front of his throne that he does not pass, and he speaks, addressing all of you. We found the letter that was addressed to Sarkesh from this Percy. Sarkesh, who is this Percy?
I do not know. It was delivered to me by one of the women in the witchery. She said that some man gave this to her and told me to give it to you. She seemed upset about it and handed it to me. I was excited when I read it, thinking I finally had a lead on these dark magic users.
Oh, I forgot. All of you have to take charisma saving throws before we begin.
I'm so disappointed that I'm... Wait. Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Okay. For the duration, Sarkesh and Hale are the only people who can tell any form of non-truth. Actually, I believe that's incorrect. Hold on a second. I gotta reread this. Oh, that's true. That's true. You cannot speak a deliberate lie.
Mhm.
All right. So, you don't know who this Percy is. You just found this letter and decided to act on it?
Yes, my lord. After the incident at the graveyard, I was hoping this would be a chance to finally weed out the looming enemy that we have lost track of.
Yes, I can understand that. So you enlisted the help of Johann, and you sought out Sir Dorison to request permission, which he granted you. The two of you then left for the mansion and were unseen again. Maester Judic has alleged that you went there and were confronted by squatters whom you attacked and were then overpowered by, who used some sort of dark magic.
Yes, my lord. The marking on my neck is part of the dark magic.
For clarification purposes, I'm still bound, correct? Or shackled?
All of you are.
Oh, okay.
We all are.
Yes. Each and every one
I
of you
just raised my head so he can see it.
Mm-hmm. He looks it over for a second. And then, after you were overpowered, it seems that at some point in time, the rest of your friends, a Perrin, Halasia, and Veltari, went out looking for you. Perrin and Halasia got the consent of Sir Dorison to go out, and Veltari took the initiative upon herself to leave the city. Is this correct?
I thought permission was extended to me because they had made mention that I was with them.
We too also thought that permission was extended to her.
Okay. He looks at one of the cloaked figures and they kind of like nod slowly. Well, you allege that you approached the mansion, entered it, and found your friends in poor condition. Upon recuperating Johann, the guard who was alerted to this by a wandering herbalist broke into the home to ascertain the truth of the situation and found 2 desiccated children's corpses. Upon this discovery, your friend Johann attacked them. Is that correct?
That is correct, but he was not in his right mind. He looked afraid. And was not acting at all like himself.
Johann, what do you have to say to defend yourself of these actions?
I called out to the guards to inform them that my companion had been injured, and then took it upon myself to attack the nearest guard.
Okay. Val, Johann, go ahead and make persuasion rolls for me.
Hey, Richard.
Yo.
Just to clarify, every time they mention the children, Sarkesh is going to look sick and disgusted every time.
Okay.
Johann's only good when he's fucking the party.
Apparently. You can hear mumblings about the entirety of the hall. It appears very few people believe what you guys have been saying. The king continues his questioning. So after assaulting the guards, you were restrained with the help of Perrin and brought back under arrest. You later broke out of prison, Johann, and fled the town only to return hours later. I'd like to know what it is that you did during that time.
I awoke only after being incarcerated, meditated for a short while, waited until my companions had fallen asleep, and used my regain key to break myself out of my cell, jump out of... Is it a second or third story window?
Second.
Okay. Jump out of the second story window, and proceeded out the southern gate of Deadwood.
And then you just returned?
Yes. I no longer had a desire to flee.
Very well. That concludes the facts of the case. Do we all agree? And you can hear, like, the noblery, like, nodding, though they seem a bit irritated. Then he looks to the group. Very well. I will give each of you, as is your right, a moment to defend yourselves, your actions, and your decisions for those 4 nights ago. Who would like to begin before I pass my judgment? And he goes and sits back at the throne.
If I may. I left that evening to find and potentially help the missing children spoken of in the note to Sarkesh. Whilst out, we came across squatters on the property who acted suspiciously and threatened us, and Sarkesh and I decided amongst ourselves that they needed to be dealt with. I wanted to apprehend them and question them And after we were overpowered, my actions beyond that point are my own, and my companions cannot be held accountable for them. But I freely admit guilt to everything I am accused of, except for the murder of the children.
Go ahead and roll persuasion. All right,
Getting better.
you're moving up. You're moving up. Would anyone else like to speak?
I would, my lord. I know I act rashly when I see the evil within the horizon, but when I heard there were children in danger from these so-called necromancers, I couldn't wait and see what they were planning. I rushed ahead to try and stop them, but I seem to have arrived too late.
Okay, that's all. Go ahead and also roll persuasion.
Okay.
He's just
Maybe
asking
bad.
for kind of like ending statements, right?
Essentially, yes.
Then
Oh wow, that's actually not bad for me. It's surprising.
Sarkesh is destroying me in charisma checks today.
It really is.
And I'm the bad one at charisma.
Yeah.
That
That
negative
was
2
the
and all.
joke.
I guess with that, I'll kind of speak up. Lord Vasilius McKellick, and I'll give him a bow while trying to stay in the confines of the circle. Since we have been interned in amongst the people living in the city, we have done our best to help the people that live within the bounds of your city. Time and time again, given the attack on the palace, although not asked, we did come forward and tried to help with the chaos that ensued that night. Prior to that, we helped try to solve some of the unusual occurrences in the graveyards. And like those previous times, the events that followed in that mansion were just that, us trying to help those that we thought were innocent.
Okay, go ahead and roll charisma. Or roll persuasion. More murmurings from around the room. That's actually fairly difficult for any of you to get a real read on it. Some people do seem to be in agreement. There are still a vast number that seem very upset or angry. You're not entirely sure which way the room's leaning.
Okay. And with that, I guess I'll kind of continue. Surely, and I'll kind of turn around, you have seen one of our faces trying to help you. Myself, I have been working with Jeanette, the halfling that runs Our Lady of Mercy Hospital. Others, you might have seen me at the Shrine of Velka, helping the Shrine Maiden not only clean her shrine, but help prepare food on the celebrations of Selenemus. The others that stand accused, Johann and Sarkeshir, have also worked for the city guard, patrolling the streets and trying to make sure that everyone was keeping the peace, as it were.
You hear someone yell out from the back of the crowd, "How is killing children making Deadwood safe?"
Sarkesh cringes again.
Okay.
And with that, the
Um,
Lord immediately turns and goes, "Silence!"
Sure.
and turns back to
won't-
you all.
Yeah, I won't even acknowledge that.
Okay.
So time and time again, although not citizens of the city, we have put its interests ahead of ourselves.
You see the cloaked figure walk over to the Lord, and Haley, you also recognize Tigo walks forward, and they begin chatting to the Lord, mumbling something that you can't hear at this distance, as you're about a little over 45 feet away. And the Lord is listening and kind of nodding with agreement. And then the two of them back away, and the cloaked figure walks over and speaks to one of the guards. And he walks forward and walks towards Perrin, pulls a key from out of his pocket, and unlocks Perrin's manacles on both his hands and feet, and then gestures for Perrin to follow him towards the doorway.
Okay. I think with that, I'll look to the Lord and go, Your Lord, I insist that I stay with my companions, for I feel that none of us were part of the wrongdoings that happened in that house, and so I insist that I stay with them.
The Lord looks over at you and nods in agreement. You can hear hushed murmurings across the crowd. Very well. Helasia or Veltari, do you have anything else to say?
Nothing aside from what was said by Perrin. We've all done what we could to help, even though we weren't asked to. Not because we felt like we needed to. I did it because I wanted to help. As I'm sure Perrin did, as I'm sure Johan did, as I'm sure Sarkesh did, and Veltari too. That's all I have to say.
I do have something to add. We have done everything we could to help. Just because that's what people do for other people. You help when they need it. That's what's right. That's what you should do. We had nothing to do with what was in that house. Perrin, Helasia, and I went to help Johan and Sarkesh after they went to try to help those children. And even after we had returned and the things that Johan had done, I promise all of you, he was not in his right mind. He would not have done those things. I suspect it was something to do with the necromancers that were in that house. That they had done something to him to make him behave that way. But he would not have ever have done those things of his own free will.
Okay, both of you, can you make persuasion checks for me?
I'm gonna use my inspiration.
Okay, roll it with
I'm gonna just be
advantage.
awesome.
That was pretty good. Good thing you used inspiration, that was helpful.
Yeah.
I knew it was coming.
Yeah, me too are good.
You hear some, like after they speak as well, you hear some reserved applause from the back of the crowd. You can't really tell who it is exactly, but the noblery seem a little bit less accusatory with their looks now. The Lord sits up in his chair. Very well. Interrogator Kareem, I turn the rest of the trial over to you while I deliberate. And then he slumps back down. The man cloaked in black moves forward to within a few inches of the circle, and he moves almost snake-like and stops first in front of Johann. And you can see, though his veil obfuscates his face, where his eyes are, staring piercingly through it. And then he walks over slowly to Sarkesh and gives him a sidelong look. Lastly, he walks over to Veltari, looking her and then Halasia up and down, turns and addresses the court. Well, it seems that they have a very believable and earnest story, doesn't it? It seems that while they were bound by our new head mage's circle of truth, that they were honest and forthright, and truly, humbly regretful in the case of Johann, and only meaning to do good in the case of the rest of them. However, it is known that at least 2 of the party are very capable magic users. And he looks quickly back at Halasia and Viltari. And the other 2, well, apparently all but the one that broke out can use magic. So, we can't really trust the circle, can we? They could have all been deceiving us from the beginning. I still have yet to hear where Johann went when he broke out of jail. It appears that he went for a leisurely stroll, got outside of Deadwood, and then thought better of it and came back. That doesn't sound very likely, does it? Would you, even after admitting to assaulting a guard, leave and then return? I propose that, in lieu of no better alibi, he was hiding something from us. He knew that there was something we could use to incriminate all of them, and he took his opportunity to ensure that it would never come to light. Even Veltari has said that he is not in his right mind. Perhaps he is deranged. Though how much honesty can you really put into the words of a fiendkin, especially in light of what has happened these past weeks and the assault on our dear and humble home, which is still burned from that terrorist attack. Now, I do agree with you, my fellow nobles. I do believe that Perrin is innocent of these crimes. He seems a forthright person and has many a friend who will speak for him. Now, the Paladin, on the other hand, there are very few who will speak good words of him. Most find him to be a bit brash and harsh. He even admitted his own brashness in this trial. It seems very odd, though, that he is the one to instigate all of this, don't you think? Johann, do you truly have nothing else to add to your story to make it any more logical, shall we say?
If I had any evidence whatsoever that could save my companions, I can guarantee you I would have spoken it already, whatever the cost. I will give you any admission you want they are innocent in this.
Any admission.
Anything you want me to say.
So you did kill the children then?
If that will save my friends.
How is this a fair trial?
It's not.
Is that in character or not?
No, that is in character.
Okay. I just need to know so I can react appropriately. It is a fair trial because the Lord passes judgment upon you. I am here.
Lord, that's
And
the
you're
question.
racist.
Would you rather have a false confession and then when those children continue to die after you've convicted the wrong man? Who are they going to look to blame then?
Well, if it continues, then I suppose it will be my fault, and I will own up to my mistakes.
I'll believe it when
Will
I
you?
see it.
I am a paladin of Poppin. The death of children is one of the greatest sins. Early life should never be taken.
Aye, that is why this is so disgusting that a man who puts his faith and his entire being into the adoration of a god of life would allow this deranged person to harm children.
What proof do you have?
Don't
Johan's
twist
standing or
my
sitting?
words!
Sorry, hold on. One at a time, please. Johan first. What were you asking?
Is Johan standing or sitting?
You're all standing.
Okay, I wasn't sure. How close is this guy?
A few feet.
It's not worth it yet.
Okay.
Continue.
Oh wait, I'd like to go.
Oh,
Judith.
no, you weren't one to speak up. So Veltari's next, and then Halasia. Because they did just immediately go off on him. So Vel, what would you like to say?
Do not twist my words. I did not say for a minute that Johan is deranged, and you,
You said in front of all of us.
I said
That he was not
there
in
was
his own mind.
a possibility that he was being controlled by the people who would dare to kill those children. I said that I found him on death's door. And that we did what we could to save our friends and that we were there to help those kids. We had no idea. The guards came in. We didn't know what had happened in the rest of the house. Johan is not deranged. And you insinuating that we did this stuff simply because your racist brain can't wrap your head around the fact that not everyone who isn't an elf or a human can be a decent person.
I'm sorry. This is how a trial is done here. I am simply doing my job.
Well, your job sucks. You're bad at it.
Hell.
Actually,
Oh,
Nat
sorry.
20 charisma.
he's doing quite well. He's trying to aggravate you.
He's trying to get a false confession. That's
He's
what
trying.
he's
Now-
trying to do. He's not trying to find the real murderer of those children. By any means. As he stated, you will make any confession? Probably not the right word, but still.
To be fair, I won't even fault her for that. She's right. Because if you're just looking for anyone to own up to it, you're not looking for justice.
You're just
You're
looking
looking
for
for
someone
a
to blame.
scapegoat.
And it's awfully easy to pin it on someone like us.
But see, weren't the children disappearing before we even came?
I'm gonna, first of all, before we get into that, which you will answer, I need both of you guys to make charisma checks for me. Persuasions, obviously.
Motherfucker, you fail me now!
Okay. He looks He regards both of you, and he's keeping a reasonably calm demeanor. Yes. Yes, in fact, just before you showed up, there was a trial held by the Witchery. Or, I'm sorry, it wasn't a trial. The Witchery rounded up some women and killed them after accusing them of being the witches that kidnapped the children. And yet, the children continued to go missing.
We were
I-
in the stockades, sir. When we arrived, we were here for a day or two. Then we were thrown in the stockades. If you do not remember.
Yes, I do. However, I now posit that the Witchery must hold at least some guilt in this, as they have allowed these children to be taken. They have not stopped the crimes of this coven of witches or necromancers or whatever these people would like us to believe are hunting our city. And I find it rather curious that you guys all show up on the day in which some women are falsely accused of being witches. And on this, the women of the Witchery, all three of them, stand up immediately, and you can see just like red overtake their face in a violent flash, and then they look about the rest of the court, and they turn and begin just walking out very slowly and calmly. They get to the doorway, and you can see them all discussing something amongst themselves. If anyone would like to take a perception check, you may
I will,
attempt
if I
to.
may.
Good.
No, I'm doing it too. Nope, I don't hear nothing.
Okay. Hale,
You're rolling or no?
Hale, you overhear them speaking, and the woman who's staying, who doesn't appear to be actually fully leaving the main hall, says, "You must go and tell Lady Rocha. It's not looking good. We need to prepare a defense." And then the other two are like, "Yes, I agree," and then they turn and they leave. Then the woman who stays calmly and slowly walks back to her seat and takes her seat.
Okay.
Oh yeah, you wanted to say something. So the interrogator just
Yeah.
kind of like looks across from Veltari and Halasia, and then Perrin, go ahead.
Judic, I realize you wish to probably stay impartial in these proceedings, but you examined Sarkesh while we were in jail and noticed what you called the seeping wounds. Could you explain to the court what that entails?
The interrogator also looks, and Judic steps forward, his hands trembling quite a lot as he addresses the hall. Yes, as I'm sure many of you are aware, the seeping wounds are a wound inflicted by foul magics, which do not heal properly. It takes much longer for them to heal, and they cannot be healed by any known remedy or divine magic, except by those most blessed.
I kind of gesture for him to sit down and thank you, Judic. Lady of the Witchery, may you step forward?
She looks extremely concerned and stands up.
Are you familiar with what the Grand Maester described?
She looks at you and I've heard of the seeping wounds before, yes, but I have no direct knowledge of them.
Who amongst you might be more knowledgeable amongst this, or with this particular school?
Amongst the witchery?
Yes.
I suppose the Lady Olana or Lady Rocha would be most familiar.
Given that the Witchers are often the front line in many situations against the dark arts, have you heard tale of any situations where someone amongst the sisters was not able to control their actions?
Sometimes a very powerful witch or warlock can bewitch the mind.
How long would you say something like that would last on the average human?
I'm not incredibly familiar, but no more than, say, an hour or so.
Would you make the case that a considerably strong mage would be able to have something persist for several hours?
I am not someone who could make that judgment, but perhaps.
Okay. I was hoping for more. I guess with that, I'll turn to the Lord. Your Lord McKellick, and I kind of bow.
Mhm.
It would seem that someone of the witchery, perhaps Miss, or the Lady Rocha herself, might be someone that could weigh on these situations, as it were.
And with that, the interrogator jumps in. My lord, you know my position and the position of many nobles within your court and the witchery. Tell me, why would you not go ahead and use our Master Tigo? He is a very knowledgeable and accomplished wizard. Surely he knows much about these issues. And the Lord kind of like looks between the two of you. Perrin, go ahead and make a persuasion check.
Good.
Tigo, you weigh in on this. And the High Mage, the Favian High Mage, stands up, looking reasonably nervous, but, you know, attempting to keep a calm demeanor. Yes, my lord. To my knowledge, one would have to be in consistent contact with the person they are charming for a bewitchment of such magnitude to persist for longer than an hour, say. And with that, the Inquisitor turns. Aye, but, Johann was out of his mind from at least the mansion to well after being arrested. That was That was a couple of hours.
For at least 3 or 4 hours, sir.
Hey, Richard.
Yes?
Does blood magic exist in this world?
Well, technically in this world, all magic is a form of blood magic.
Okay, so yeah.
Well, not all. Most magic, I should say, is a form of blood magic. And the interrogator then goes on. Also, thank you very much, Mage Tigo. Maester Judic, you've checked over the guard that Johann injured in his brutal attack in the mansion, did you not? I did. Have his wounds recovered any? He's still in quite critical condition. And this after we've brought him to Lady Fiersa and Jeanette for their expert medical expertise. Thank you, Maester. You may sit down now. Well, my lords, my ladies, my liege lord, I see no reason why Perrin is guilty of any of this. However, I personally have many reservations of the rest of them. Viltari and Halasia have both admitted to being able to charm in their last appearance here at court, not but a little over a week ago. I find this all highly suspect, and I beg of you, Lord, to make a reasonable decision to protect Deadwood. And the Lord he sits there and you can see he's very deep in thought. He's speaking to Judic and Virgil, both personally out of the side of his mouth. And the Inquisitor's just kind of slowly walking about the hall around the circle that you're all in.
Inquisitor.
Yes?
May I speak to Tigo one more time?
I suppose. Tigo. And the young Fabian stands up again. The Lord stops talking to hear what you have to say.
From my research within the last week, have there been any recountable notes during your time in the college of any dark magics that can control someone intermittently?
Intermittently? What do you mean?
They can choose whenever they take control of the person from a distance. They would take some either truly powerful magic on, of course, the light side, or a very dark sacrifice.
I'm not well versed in that dark a magic, but I suppose if given the time, I could go and research to see if the Lyceum or the Guild Hall has any notes on such a thing.
I don't believe there's time. I was just wondering if you knew yourself. Thank you.
And the interrogator begins kind of wandering back around. The general feeling of the room from the noblery all around you seems fairly mixed. There are some people who seem to be engaged in like conversation that are looking at you and not, they're not giving you any death stares. There are some others that seem hardly able to even look at you. You're not entirely sure what the noblery has to say of this in its entirety. The Lord, after hearing that, goes back to speaking with his son and Maester Judic. He calls Tigo over as well to discuss with him something privately, and you all stand in the center of the room.
As I stand there, I begin to check my wounds and see if it has gotten worse or better.
Your neck wound? Or...
Yeah.
It seems to be about the same.
Is there any unusual markings on Johann's body?
I would have a stab wound on my back, but I don't know. Actually, there might be blood on my outfit.
Yeah, because
I don't know that anyone cleaned that.
No,
so.
there's definitely blood on Johann's outfit. You don't see any unusual markings looking him over. Like, obviously you can't see through his clothes or anything. So, there doesn't appear to be anything unusual about his body from your point of view.
Well, there's like no apparent things like on Sarkesh's neck is kind of what I'm getting at.
Not that you can
Not
see.
that you can see.
Yeah.
After a few moments, the Lord stands up, as well as his son. And he looks out upon the room. I have decided that this matter is too important to leave to making brash decisions. I have given Tigo 1 day, and I have requested that Lady Rocha personally be brought to the castle and questioned. Please take the prisoners back to the barracks. They will be sentenced tomorrow if I find them guilty.
May I make a request, my lord?
He nods.
I would like it if this man, point at the racist son of a bitch, does not come back into this room with us. Because there's no way. There's no way he's going to treat this fairly.
My lord, I believe I've done all I need to do to show that they are, in fact, an unstable group of people. If you do not wish my presence, I am more than happy to give this over to a different inquisitor. Or, different interrogator. Thank you, my lord. And he bows very deeply and walks towards the back of the hall. Yeah, too much 40k. Heresy. He walks to the back of the hall, up the staircase, and then slams on the Exterminatus button. Fuck that bitch!
Exterminatus.
Don't worry about it.
Dark Heresy.
Other campaign.
Yeah.
Other
Bad things
game.
happen.
We'll tell you later.
No, you
After
won't.
session.
If you don't want us to.
So yes, you are all then gathered up by the guards and led back to your beautiful, beautiful cells in the barracks.
Yay!
Better be in that room with that dickwad.
No shit, right? Oh, I am thinking of the best ways to torture him.
Please tell me that was out of character.
Please tell me
is
that was out of
character.
character.
Get it out of character.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
this is out of character, but if I could put my hands in the right position, he would be a ball of flame.
I was gonna
You
be a
can.
rat.
Yeah, you can totally do that.
How do you think they have you
Oh,
manacled that you
shit.
can't get your hands like this?
I thought they had my hands point blank together.
No, you can totally do that. if
Even
you
so,
want
Like,
to.
I
you can
think
still do
Sarkash is
this.
A little
Yeah.
bit of an idiot for a bit.
By fire. Everyone burns.
Anyway,
fire.
yeah,
That's really gonna
you're
prove
right.
our innocence.
It's a
Great.
mutual thing. We hate one of your NPCs.
Oh yeah,
That's
very
fine.
much.
You're not supposed to like him.
I need Peltworth back. I need him back in my
If we
life.
liked him, we'd have a
Pilferth will
problem.
not save us.
I don't care. I just need him back in our
No.
life.
If Pilferth sets foot into Deadwood, I'm pretty sure he's dead.
Or Pilferth.
I don't. No, actually, yeah, that's probably not a good thing for him. But yeah,
No, not after
I-
the first trial.
I meant more like he's just gonna make things worse. But
He's just gonna find a way to flick Johan just really hard in the nuts and then somehow magically get away.
If it's Peltworth, what do you expect?
I'd be okay with this. I love Pilferth.
You hear music on the wind as you leave the castle.
No,
Oh shit.
plug
The
your
whole town
ears.
is now asleep.
You'll leave.
Now you guys are taken back, brought back to your cells. You are unmanacled except for Johan, who's been left manacled. And you are left alone, essentially. Like, they close it. The guard is no longer sitting in the direct cell, or, behind the first set of doors. He is behind the heavy wood doors that lead out, you would assume.
Are we separated again?
You're in two different cells, yes.
we're in the same.
Same
Okay.
configuration.
Like we were earlier.
There's just no
I'm
one
gonna
in
find out.
that room with you.
I'm gonna flat out ask this. Johan, do you have a severe burning pain on your body?
He does not.
Oh, sorry, I do not.
I was just asking because I saw that other man stab you, and I thought you would have the same wound as me.
Johan will. Well, I don't think actually. Are his hands in front or behind him?
In front. You're
Okay.
bound in front.
So then he'll roll over facing the wall. You're free to check, but I feel nothing.
I checked where I witnessed him being stabbed.
Or,
You look-
behind like the tear of the
Yeah.
blood.
You pull his shirt up and you look, and there's definitely like a scar, a stabbed scar in his back there, but it's not like a black festering one like yours. It appears to just be a stab wound, a deep stab wound that is healed over.
I don't have my amulet, do I?
You don't technically need it, depending on what you're
I know.
trying to do.
Yeah.
You only need it for spells that require somatic component.
Okay, I really don't have any spells like that, so that's good.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
no.
use my channel divinity to try
Right, you know you get better not
and
to listening.
I'm gonna use my channel divinity to try and see if anything is literally wrong with him, if he's been controlled, anything.
Channel Divinity or Divine Sense? Because Channel Divinity just lets you
Use one of your.
turn undead or entangle me.
Oh, okay, then yeah, I'm gonna use Divine Sense.
Okay.
What was my roll for that?
No, use it. It just goes off, I believe.
Oh,
I don't think there's anything to roll.
Yeah.
It should be on like page 78 or something.
I'm,
wait,
I'm
look at
yeah, I'm reading it.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Give me a second. But I don't believe you see anything particularly wrong with him. But just give me a minute to double check on that, because
Pulling out the other book.
yeah,
no dark
Classifications.
aura,
I got so many books, man.
no dark aura, nothing residual.
He doesn't know yet. It's a very specific thing, and he has to check.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Keeping secrets from other PCs.
Keeping secrets. We can see divine, fiend, or undead within 60 feet. That is not behind total cover. You know the type.
Okay, so I just need to do an Arcana check.
Hmm?
I'm checking for any dark magic residual energy or anything like that.
Okay.
So would that just be an Arcana?
Oh, you don't have divine sense.
Oh, no?
No, because you have 1 plus your charisma modifier, so you have 1
You have
minus
negative
2.
1.
You have negative 1 divine senses.
Oh, okay. I'm on me. So I'll just do an Arcana check to see if I notice anything.
Okay, go for it. Go ahead and roll Arcana for me.
I noticed nothing.
Yeah, the scar's a bit different than the rest of the scars on his body, but for the most part, it could just be because it's fresh. Like, it's very recent. And it's a deep stab wound. Most of the other ones look to be more of a slashing wounds that aren't quite as deep. Not that he's got a ton of scars all over him, but he's got a couple. So
more.
yeah. That's all you notice as you look over Johann. It doesn't appear that he was afflicted by the same thing that you were.
Sarkesh looks very sad and then walks back to the bars and sits down.
Why does Sarkash look very sad?
He doesn't have a stabbed buddy.
No, that would have been a good thing. That means he would have had the same markings as me.
Mm-hmm. That's why you're sad, is because you don't have one of those.
Because
Means I
it could have
can't go
helped
with that
prove his
ankle.
innocence.
Not
A
really.
little easier.
A little bit.
It's basically like, look, he also got stabbed. Ain't life a bitch?
Yeah, but no, it's also like he suffers from the same symptom.
dark
There
ailment.
was still use of dark magic on Johann. There would be solid proof of it.
That's fair, but I would also like to point out that Sarkesh has a massive gaping thing on his neck, and he didn't try to kill people or break out of prison, and Johann did. So, evidence against that.
Sarkesh has only died
True.
once. Johann has died twice.
Died three
3
times,
times.
thank you very much.
3
but
times.
what the hell does that... Hale's like, yeah, Johann's died 3 times. I know this. That's why he's still alive and in the trial with me.
That's how that works.
Saying
That's
it
not
out of
meta knowledge.
character.
Johann has died 3 times.
Your Honor, I would like to point out that Johann has died
Okay, I
3
know
times.
it's very clear that I am not the brightest. Thank you, sir.
So anyways, you guys have all been brought back. Sarkesh, you look over Johann, and he doesn't appear to be suffering the same wound as you are. For the most part, he seems pretty much fine now from the fight. Is there anything that you guys would like to do or discuss? Or are you just gonna wait?
So that asshole, huh?
Johann, I'm sorry. I tried to help, but I think I broke it.
I want to
I'm not
turn
sorry,
into
sorry.
a bonfire and roast marshmallows.
You
Maybe
all
some
did your
sausage.
best, and that's what's important. If things appear to go south tomorrow, does anyone still have any reservations against trial by combat?
Not at
Doesn't
this
it only
point.
work if the Lord doesn't make his judgment?
Hasn't made
Oh,
his
wait, no.
decision. Yes.
Isn't he making his decision tomorrow?
He wishes
is,
the presence of Lady Rocha first, though.
He wishes more
Yes.
evidence
He's-
before the decision is made.
I'm alright with it. I'll fight.
So I'm ready to make something burn.
If it comes down to it, I will be our champion.
Somehow I think one of us is not okay with that.
So you get to die in combat, and I get to be beheaded.
A delicious turnout for everyone! Not really.
I feel pretty good about the situation.
The hope is to prevent your death. I'm liking the confidence. Thank you all.
I'm sorry, I have
Johann's
very
gonna
plate
roll,
armor
or
and a
Johann's
halberd.
already in the corner, so he's just gonna like.
He rolls harder into the corner.
I'm sorry, Johann. I heard plate armor and halberd and master of.
Yes.
Johan's a master.
Mm,
Getting us
alright.
in shit.
A master of trying to get us killed. And actually succeeding once.
Oh.
Alright, let's just calm down. Already in a bad mood. I don't need any of y'all shit too.
I'm calm.
If we survive this, Voltari, I'm buying you a book.
I'm
Don't
holding
make
you to
Because
that.
we can't keep.
As I said, if we survive, I'll get my money back. At least I better.
They're gonna take it for compensation for having to deal with us.
Probably. That means I'll have to earn it back, and I won't be able to through the witchery because they're gonna fire my ass.
uh... Anyways, we should probably get some rest because I get the feeling it's gonna be a busy day tomorrow.
Yeah, you're right. Has dinner been served yet?
Well, it's not that late yet, but dinner will be served eventually.
Okay, waiting for dinner, eating,
Okay.
and going to bed.
All right. Same
Is
for
there
all of you.
any form of light in the barracks?
There are torches.
That's not what I was looking for.
I mean, there are
Oh.
forms of light in the barracks, just not in the basement where you are. There
Yeah.
are torches. You get torches.
Yay.
I'll bring Johan his food and his water, and then I'll drink half of my water and give him my water because I don't need that much.
Okay.
Not getting enough water. Drink that water.
Oh.
You said wet shirt don't break, not piss shirt bend bars. Breaking out
what?
that 12-year-old reference.
That's pretty
Get
good.
it?
What 12-year-old
Shanghai
reference?
noon.
What?
He looks so lost.
So good.
Why is that funny?
It's not.
Uh,
I missed the part where I told the joke and just made the reference.
Just roll with it and let it go. It
I
is
am-
not that important.
Johan's breaking out of prison again. That's all you need to know.
He better fucking not be.
Yeah, no kidding.
You can meet my Native American wife.
Fucking kill you myself.
What Native American wife?
Don't worry
There
about it.
is no
Okay.
America.
anyway, Perrin
Start
would like
pissing on a
to.
shirt, Johan.
Perrin would like to enter his trance, and hopefully it's uninterrupted.
Okay.
I'll find the warmest spot in the room and sleep.
You
Probably
find. Yeah. You cuddle up right next to Johan.
Hey, buddy. You're warm. I'm sleeping here.
Oh, sweet Jesus. What's even better is he's gonna have a hard time fighting you off because he's still bound.
Yeah, I'm gonna just slide closest to the torches as I can get.
Okay.
You guys are operating under the assumption that Johan cannot just break out of these manacles.
Pretty much.
Oh, we know
Hi,
you can.
I'd
That
like to
just
turn
causes
myself
effort.
in. Ha, he's bound. There's no way he can fight back.
Snap.
No, I said it would be harder.
Huh, he's bound. Why is he choking me? Why is he
You know what's
choking
even
me?
better? Sarkesh doesn't have his chainmail on, so it's like even a
Super
bound
easy to
monk,
hit him.
a bound monk versus a dude with like AC 10.
What AC does Chainmail give me?
10 plus AC. That's what your current AC is.
10 plus dex. So
10 plus
you're either
dex,
at
yeah.
10 or 11.
Let me check.
Doesn't matter. You're not getting in a fight right now, hopefully.
Oh,
Hopefully.
if I can do a fight, I still have spell slots. I can burn him or hit him with a
Oh
fucking
my
holy
god.
punch.
That'd be good. Go ahead. All right, let's do it. Prison fight. Let's go.
No.
No.
All right, Johan, piss on a shirt. We're getting out of here.
Sarkesh, go to bed. Sexy tree babies later. If we get out of this alive.
You better promise that.
No, you have to tell her that you're holding her to it. Johan said that.
Better promise that because I will hold you to it.
It's a
No,
promise.
she already said it. No?
Freak us.
Okay.
And we need to get out of here for the sole reason that I need to see that.
What? You're gonna sit
Yes.
and watch? Ah! Oh no!
He's pretty good at stealth. They probably won't notice he's in the room except for the lit cigarette.
Come on, Johan.
Oh my
You know you
god!
won't be able to see in the greenhouse when that's going on. All that steam.
More like black smoke as everything is on fire!
Fiery tree babies.
No. Wet wood doesn't burn.
I shouldn't even.
Okay, Richard, we're going to sleep while this is happening.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm going to be able to recover the grim tone that this this entire session has been up till now.
I like that I can break the game with a joke.
That's good. It's true, though. What doesn't burn? This is a state of physics.
Please continue.
So anyway,
Y'all go to sleep.
Yep.
And you wake up.
Yeah.
The next day. You have some breakfast. It's a pretty good breakfast, and I'm still debating if we should end the session or not.
We guys still got like 20 minutes because he came in late.
Well,
Yeah.
technically we have like 30 minutes because I came in late, but
Yeah.
we started late, and I was late on top of that. I fear we keep going.
All right.
I want to finish this stupid trial, death or not.
Okay.
Oh no, he's gonna be like, I sentenced you too? I played enough times with Danny.
Just so you all know, go ahead and roll up secondary characters, except for probably Perrin. And we'll see you next week.
I've already got a handful, so
See, it's all fun.
I'm good.
Wait,
Alright.
are we ending it here?
No.
Okay.
What's joke?
Sorry, I wasn't
That's a
paying
bad
attention.
joke.
So early in midday, or rather, just before midday, Maester Judic enters your cells. And he looks a bit forlorn. He kind of bows slightly to all of you as he enters. Well, Sarkesh, it doesn't seem that Tiga was able to find anything to help with your questions. He spent the whole night. I was up with him. We could not find anything in either the Lyceum or he in the guild. Lady Rocha is with the Lord now. As I was leaving, there was a considerable amount of yelling going on from the cloister that the Lord was in.
That sounds like Lady Rocha.
I'm uncertain as to what's going to happen.
Well, I've been praying and I've lived a long life, at least for me. If it comes to death, so be it.
Long life, you look like a lad of 20.
I'm almost 30. With all I've been through, it feels long to me.
You can see a slight glare of jealousy from the very old-looking Maester Judic.
Route.
I deserve nothing less, but I don't seek it.
I just can't sleep well knowing that the evil that we have been pursuing is still going to get away.
Yes, that reminds me. Perrin, it has been decided that you are innocent of any crimes. You are free to go whenever you'd like.
Just go, Perrin.
There's
You
no
have a
sense
lot
in all of
people
us
to-
dying.
You have many people to bring happiness and long lives.
Is Tigo still at the behest of the Lord searching?
No, the Lord said that he wishes only to speak with Lady Rocha, and then he will pass his judgment.
How many hours till that happens?
Who can tell? Who could know, I should say.
Just leave if you must, Perrin. Just don't throw away your life. You still have many people who need healing.
Looking at Sarkesh, that includes you, Bunch. And I plan on doing what I can. Judic, I think I will try to continue where Tigo left his search and kind of continue perusing any tomes that you have available.
Very well. I'll lead you to the Lyceum, and as he begins kind of walking out, he turns and says, "Remember, until the Lord has passed judgment, you still have a chance for trial by combat if you wish."
Maester Judic,
Yes, Johann?
I know it may seem unprecedented, but if I confess to the wrongdoings, is it possible to have the other three spared and the sentence placed on my head?
I'm not gonna let you do that.
Me either.
It's irrelevant. I'm asking if it's possible.
Not
I
going
could
to
ask-
let you do that.
I can ask the Lord for you if you would like. I can't
Would it
make
still
that
be possible
dis-
to
yeah.
try for trial by combat if the confession is made?
If you confess there's no need for trial by combat, I don't believe that would...
I figured as much.
Do you...
It's all or nothing.
Yes.
Well, should this be the last time I speak to you, your assistance in Deadwood has been greatly appreciated, and I can't thank you enough.
He bows deeply to all of you. Yes, and thank you for your services, if this is the last time we speak. And he kind of begins guiding Perrin out of the holding. Holding room! Perrin, you leave the barracks, and are led to the... Well, yeah, you probably have to go to the Lyceum, because I doubt the mages would let you in there, necessarily. But you're led to the Lyceum, where Maester Judic leads you to where he was working on the mini tomes that he found. There's stacks of, like, dozens of books that he said he's already read, and there's still a few dozen left that he hasn't completed. But he informs you that he skimmed through all of them, and these are the only books that may have reference to any of it, but he doesn't know if they will have anything that'll help.
Okay. With that, I kind of nod and start reading, I guess.
Alright. Very good. Go ahead and roll an investigation for me, as you spend a couple of hours reading.
Cool. Before I do that, I would like to cast guidance on myself.
Okay.
May Lorraine guide my hand. And... Set investigation, right?
Yes.
That... Oh, I feel like I don't need to do this, but
Roll that D4.
that's a 21.
Woo. Alright, so what is it in particular that you're trying to get out?
Trying to find any mention of spells that will again kind of cause like prolonged unusual behavior in individuals. with anything like dark magic. So much more stronger than a regular charm spell, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Um. Yeah, you begin reading through. You find a book about rituals and magics that you feel was probably liberated from the mages college at some point in time and never returned. And you read through it, and you don't find anything that particularly says that there is anything that can affect the mind in the way that you're looking for extended periods of times. However, it's possible through various rituals to either replace a person or to alter their memory.
Mm.
But as far as assuming direct control, there doesn't seem to be anything in particular that would let you, that you would think someone would be able to use that would be anything longer than at most a couple of hours.
Okay. Well, that's all I find in, you said, about 2 hours?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Is there anything anyone else would like to do?
Not off the top of my head.
Perrin, are you going to continue looking through stuff?
Yeah, I'll get the attention of one of the guards and ask,
Oh, this is just a library. There aren't any guards around.
um,
I mean, unless you go outside, you could find one on the street, I'm sure.
sure, I'll walk out real quick and get the attention of the nearest guard.
Okay.
Guardsman,
Yes?
I would like you to alert me as soon as possible when the Lord decides to deliver his judgment amongst my friends.
If I know of it, I'll alert you.
Of course. And I'd assume since I'm out of prison, they probably gave me my stuff back, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. And with that, I'll pull out 5 gold pieces and put them in his hand and go. There will be more should you alert me very quickly.
Yeah, he kind of just... He takes the gold and smiles at you and says, "Oh, of course, sir." And he begins walking towards the castle.
Good. And I guess with that, I will go back to researching.
Okay. You continue researching for a couple of hours, or not even a couple hours. You would continue researching for about 40 minutes before the guard approaches you, panting, out of breath. "The Lord is gonna question your friends, pass judgment soon at the castle. You should move. As well as you, Mr. Judik." Okay.
Good. And with that, I'll pull out another 3 gold pieces and then give him my water skin as he looks quite thirsty.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Castle.
I'll make my way towards the castle.
Okay. The rest of you are all led back to the castle, and you're remanacled, obviously, before being re-led over to the castle. You're led back into the main hall. This time, there is only you, the lord, and a couple of other nobles sitting by the lord at his throne, and the rest of you are chaperoned into the room. There are a couple of nobles that you notice on the kind of like outskirts before you get into the main hall, but it appears that the main hall has been, for the most part, completely cleared of any people. Boom. You all enter, and Perrin, you make it there a little while after them, demanding entrance. Go ahead and roll persuasion. They don't seem to really want you in.
Good.
You kind of like, essentially you walk forward and you are attempting to walk in, and they're like, "Sir, you're not allowed to pass." And you're like, "Those are my friends. I'm gonna go see them." And they're like, "No, sir, we've been told not to let anyone in."
Then I insist that Master Judic have say in this matter.
And Master Judic eventually gets there as you turn around and you watch as feeble Maester Judic hobbles over the course of about 3 minutes at his pace, a sprint, and eventually gets there and just kind of like uses the walking stick he has to nudge the door, and the guards open it for him, and he's like, "Come on, Perrin," and
Follow
enters.
very quickly behind him.
And the guard just kind of like rolls his eyes a bit and then closes the door behind you.
Good.
You can see Virgil, Tigo, the Lord, and 2 more interrogators discussing with the Lord something. One of them appears to be a very short one, but as he's completely obscured, you can't tell. It's probably about 4 or 5 feet tall. The other one is human-sized. It's probably a little under 6 feet. And they're all discussing. Maester Judic walks up next to them. Perrin, where do you go?
I'd assume there's probably like rows of like chairs or something set up.
Yeah, there are seats that are around the hall.
Yeah, try to sit, I guess, as close to them as possible.
Okay. The Maester and the Lord and his entourage converse for a few moments before the Lord silences them and then turns to address the rest of you. Actually, I should do this like that. Okay. I am torn. Though all we have upon you appears to be circumstantial evidence, there are very persuasive arguments against and for you. I'd like to know if there is anything more that you would like to add in your defense, or if you would just prefer I pass judgment.
My lord, I solemnly swear on my life and the light of Nox that neither I nor any of my companions were responsible for the deaths of any civilians it's a township, right?
Yeah, the town of
The
Deadwood.
township of Deadwood. Um, my companions are 100% innocent in all of this, and I bear full responsibility for the harm that came upon the guard. I fully and freely admit to any and all wrongdoing in this case, and I assure you once more that none of us had anything to do with those children.
Sudden cringe from Sarkesh.
Okay. Johan, go ahead and roll persuasion.
Dice love me today.
The rest of you kind of notice that though the Lord listens to him, there appears to be something else going on in his head as he does, and he's just kind of like courteously listening. Is there anyone else who would like to say anything?
My lord. Though my time at Deadwood was short, I've seen many great trials here, and I was happy to serve alongside your guard in defending your city. Though when the last incident happened before this, I still wish to save your city.
Okay, go ahead and roll persuasion.
Gotta find it again.
Okay, no worries.
Oh, I'm bad at this, but I'm still not very bad.
At least you didn't have disadvantage.
Yes.
The Lord doesn't seem very well swayed, although he does thank you for your service as you finish. And he turns finally to both Vel and Hale. Is there anything that you would like to say before I pass judgment?
I believe I've said all I can.
And you? He turns to Halacia.
Don't have anything to add.
Very well. He goes and turns and begins speaking with Virgil. The two interrogators that are next to him, he just kind of, he dismisses. And him and Virgil begin talking very fervently.
What is Judic doing at this moment?
He's watching. He's standing above them, like, behind them. Just silently kind of watching.
Okay. I guess at this point I'll address the Lord and go, Your Lord Vasilis McKellick, when you have a moment, I would like to address the hall.
Yes, very well, Perrin.
Maester Judic saw fit to allow me to continue where he left his research at the Lyceum, and while we were there, I came across a tome that described in great detail rituals and magics. In particular, the thing that seems noteworthy for this case was that the book described a ritual that seemed to describe the ability to alter one's memory, or in some cases to be able to replace a person.
Replace a person? Johan?
Yes.
Do you feel as though your memory has been tampered with in any way?
No, Your Honor. My memory does not feel tampered with. My will, perhaps, but my mind is my own.
my lord.
Yes.
When we were fighting those squatters, I noticed the group he was fighting, one of the men had the same type of weapon that inflicted the wound upon my neck. I checked him, and he did not have the wound, even though he was stabbed by that same weapon.
The Lord leans over, and you can see Maester Judic like nodding, and give me a second so I can find the thing to make sure it does what I think it's gonna do. Okay. And Tigo then gets up, looks at Johann, and begins very quickly chanting something, and then pushes his hand forward, and these very thin white lights of thread go and they wrap around Johann, binding him from head to toe, and then immediately wash off of him, and Tigo looks slightly confused for a moment, and then walks back to his lord and sits down. Johann appears to be himself.
Thank you for checking, at least, my lord.
I don't mean to contradict, but though he may be himself now, I can guarantee he was not then.
My lord, he did leave the city.
He discusses something very quickly with his son and then turns back. Yes, perhaps. Johann, you have no recollection beyond of going anywhere outside of your escape of the city?
No, your lord, I have full recollection. It's just that nothing happened. I escaped the city wall, made it about a quarter mile outside, and then turned back.
And promptly turned himself in.
That doesn't sound out of character for Johann.
I can't
But-
say what possessed me to do it in the first place, but I realized the error of my ways and returned.
He is the one who turned us all in before. That is his character. Him just suddenly breaking out of jail and running doesn't sound like him at all.
The law is absolute.
Your lord, I would make the case that something did control him. For him to turn himself in suggests that he holds the law above himself, one that is loyal to it. He, again, decided not once, but twice to have turned himself in to your guards. So for him to attack a fellow military man is highly suspect and out of character.
So, are you suggesting that there is another Johann or something?
Not quite Johann.
I simply suggest that there are dark magics at work that not even your mages of the court are familiar with.
He kind of like turns to Tigo, and Tigo is just... He looks a bit taken aback, I guess, being the right way to phrase that.
Upon seeing that, Fel says, well, there's no way to know everything. Believe me, I've tried.
Very well. It seems that there is very little evidence you have to give me that we don't already have, and... Well, it seems my hands are tied. There's really nothing you can all do, and at this, Virgil, stands up, and he's looking daggers at his father, turns, and then storms out of the hall. There's nothing else that you can give me to explain the queerness that has happened around this event.
My lord.
Unfortunately not.
I've proven I was willing to burn for your city.
And I returned facing death. Though it pains me to say it, I was hoping to have this settled in a civil manner. But if you cannot be swayed, then I, Johann Koenig, Highborn, of House Koenig, and noble birth, demand trial by combat.
The Lord sits back in his seat. Very well, Johann. Who is your champion?
I appoint myself.
Fel elbows Johann.
Very well. We will hold your contest tomorrow. And justice will be done. He gets up and he kind of adjusts his garb and then gives a very slight bow to the all of you, and then turns and begins walking towards where his son left. The guards come in, and you're all taken back to the barracks, except for Perrin. Maester Judic looks oddly relieved. Well, Perrin, you noticed that Maester Judic looks relieved. The rest of you were ushered out too soon to tell.
Mm-hmm.
And you're all led back to the cells. You are informed that your challenge will be at 8 a.m. in the morning.
Thank you.
For the time being, they've given, Johann, you are now unbound. They've given you your bow staff back, and everyone is in the other cell besides, not yours, but the other cell.
Mm. Yeah.
So that you may practice up. They also ask if there's anything that you request before your fight.
Hang on, just a quick second. A nice meal for my companions.
The guard nods, and a while later, the cook brings in a very nice assortment of, well, it's a couple of chefs actually, bring in a fairly nice assortment of a vegetable porridge and some cured meats that are of very decent quality. They're not exactly high quality, but they're pretty good. And well seasoned, as well as a couple of glasses of ale and water. And divvy it amongst all of you that are in the cell. Perrin, what are you up to?
I guess I'm gonna try to catch the ear of Judic.
It's not
Since I
hard. Yeah,
noticed-
he's not. He hasn't moved since the Lord left. He's just kind of like sitting there, mumbling to himself.
Okay, well, I'll approach him and Judic, what was with the Lord's son? Why did he storm from the proceeding?
He knows the pressures his father is under and didn't want to see the sentencing.
So the Lord himself is under pressure from the people of Deadwood to appease them, as it were.
There are many pressures from the people through the nobility that have. Oh, they tug at the Lord.
Yes, I'd wager he's a lot on his plate. Have you anything to tell me of the champion the Lord will use in the fight tomorrow?
Give me like 2 seconds, because he probably has a decent amount of knowledge about him. So I just want to look at his sheet real quick. Yes, he is a master halberd user of the Axe Clan dwarves. He's always adorned in plate armor that he's smithed himself. He's a fairly old dwarf. I believe he's somewhere in the range of 250, but he's stayed quite agile and spry for his old age.
And do you think Johann's chances of combat against him are good?
I think they were better than his chances against the nobility.
Believe that to be a fair assessment, and it helps the Lord in staving off their interests.
Yes. Yes, he's a very dangerous and nimble dwarf. Johann would do well to, well, finish the fight quickly.
I'll be certain to pass that on to him. I'm sure he would appreciate even just the slightest bit of information.
Very good, and he continues to kind of look a bit lost in thought as he's kind of just talking to himself lightly.
You seemed troubled, Judic. What more is on your mind?
Nothing. It's nothing. I had hoped that the trial wouldn't have gone this way, though. I suppose it would have been difficult for it to go any other way. Something just seemed a bit off about it, and I intend on looking into it.
Well, Judic, as it stands, I'm always interested in upholding the law where I am able. If you feel the need that you need assistance in this matter, I would hope that you would call upon me for help.
He smiles and puts his hand on your shoulder. Thank you, Perrin. For the moment, I think that It'll take a subtlety that your group is not quite known for. But if I need any help, I will call upon you.
Certainly, I owe you a good measure.
As the town owes you, all of you. And with that, he does turn and begin making his way towards the direction that the Lord left in. I must leave and attend to the Lord. I'll see you tomorrow.
Of course. I bow.
He bows back fairly deeply and then leaves. So, the four of you, is there anything that you guys want to do for the rest of the day? And or shall we end it there, or do you want to get through the fight? 'Cause
We're
the
not
fight's
ending it there. We're
probably
going
not
through
going to take that long.
We
We're going
have
through the
to do the fight. You cannot end on a cliffhanger this time. They aren't going to be here next time, and swear to God, I don't care if you're taller than me. I don't care if you're heavier than me. I will fucking fight you.
You'll lose.
Oh,
No,
how-
just saying we're gonna do the fight would have worked. He asked.
So
Well,
to the
you have
fight
to-
then.
Do it.
You have to drive or take a plane, so good luck with that.
I can also just do that. Anyways, so is there anything that you guys want to say, do, or anything before the fight? Otherwise, we're just going to jump to the fight.
Johan, make sure to hit him as hard as you can. Try and knock him out. If you can, get that helmet off. It'll be easier.
All right.
If you die, I'll kill you.
That's redundant.
I don't care.
Is the Lord's champion someone that would be among the common folk?
No.
No. So I probably wouldn't be able to find him.
And poison his tea.
I was not going to poison him, but
Drunk. Get that dwarf drunk.
Yeah, good luck with that.
Dwarven ale. It'll do it.
You could try. You can always try and find him.
sure. Let's try to find the champion.
Alright, roll investigation.
I would like to take him to dinner. Yeah, that's not gonna happen.
You ask around the palace, and though you know that he generally does stay, he's often found around the palace, just in general, and you do find that he stays in the Donalai district. That's where his home is. You are unable to find him.
Darn. Okay.
Alright, so, next day, wake up, get breakfast, and you're all led, and I assume, Perrin, you know when it's going to happen, and Judic will
Yeah.
have told you. You're led outside the barracks just to the southern edge where the training pit is. Within the training pit, as you approach, is seated atop. You can see the Lord and his son. There is a fairly tall, what you assume to be the dwarf, and is already donned in his very thick plate armor, wielding his halberd. He's got a shield strapped across his back and a longsword at his hip as well. That just barely doesn't seem to clip the ground. And there are a significant number of nobles and city guard around, though the peasantry has been precluded, and it doesn't seem like it's a full house, essentially. There's a decent number of open spaces. Vel, Hal, Sarkesh, you're all leaded. You're all led.
Led.
Leaded is a word. You're all led to one side. You're basically led to the opposite end of where the Lord is sitting. Perrin, you can choose to sit essentially wherever you're at. Vel, Hal, Sarkesh, you're all completely bound. Johan, you are not bound. They let you enter the.
Dear God, I hope not.
You're bound. They push you into the ring. Good luck, bitch. They lead you into the ring, and the dwarf across from you gives a slight bow and then takes a knee.
I give a deep bow.
Okay. The dwarf then takes a knee, looking towards the Lord, as the Lord stands up to address everyone there. Lords and ladies, Johann Koenig, a noble from Ara, has chosen trial by combat on behalf of his friends. Gundyr Frostbeard will be the champion of Deadwood, and Johann has chosen to be his own. May you both have a good fight, and may justice be served. And he sits back down. And you see Gundyr like take off his helmet and do a full bow before putting his helmet back on. He's got a very ruddy face and a fairly thick beard that comes down from his chin.
Mm-hmm.
I guess before the fight starts, I'll try to tell Johann what Judith told me, and just that he should try to finish the fight as fast as he can. Though the dwarf appears old, he is quite spry.
As always, thank you, Perrin.
I kind of bow and hold my acorn in prayer for him.
Should I fail, I'm leaving it up to you to do your best to mitigate the offenses of the others.
I don't believe you will fail. I believe you will succeed.
Then you have more faith than I, my good cleric.
I have faith enough for both of us. Sluane guides both.
Alright, Gundyr then steps forward and then gives a full proper bow before holding his halberd in both hands.
I return the bow and take a pose with one arm in front of me and my staff behind and up along my back.
Okay. And with that, Zach, go ahead and roll initiative.
Come on, dice, fail me now. Nah, not bad. Not a 20, but... also not a 19.
That was a pretty good roll for him. All right. With that, he tilts his halberd down towards you and waits, poised with tension. It's your turn.
I'm going to slowly approach in the same stance I had taken, and when I get close enough to him that he can't reach, but I am roughly within striking distance, I will take a defensive pose.
Okay. How close are you? So you're basically trying to stay about
Yeah,
10 feet
basically,
away from him?
If he had his arms outstretched with his halberd, I'm just outside of that
of that point. Okay.
Yeah.
Very good. You take the defensive.
Mhm.
He sits and begins slowly, or doesn't sit. He begins slowly circling you, keeping his halberd at like a 45 degree, ready to come down, and begins circling. It's your turn.
Okay. What a dick. I literally have no other option, so I suppose I will charge in.
Okay. He's gonna make an attack against you.
Oh my
as a
god, I'm so
reaction.
surprised. Fucking polearm master up in this bitch.
Yep.
Well, that's
actually,
reach 2.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Yeah, but reach doesn't let you do that. It's any
That's-
weapon with reach.
yeah, it's
if you have
polearm
polearm.
master. Unless he's moving away, then he does.
Yeah.
So 24. Assume that hits.
Oh, right, yeah.
You take 10 slashing damage.
Okay. Still my turn though, right?
And then, as you move in, you are both going to do this at the same time, but your attacks will go off simultaneously. 'Cause he has held his attack,
Oh.
so you're both attacking simultaneously. So however you want to resolve it, we can.
Okay. I am going to use Flurry of Blows on him.
Okay. We'll go you, him throughout.
Okay.
So go ahead and make your first attack. That does not hit.
Not hit. And I am attempting. By the way, it's him now, right? Because it's me, him,
Yeah.
me.
Okay, so then he's going to attack back. 10 does not hit.
Alright. Flurry of Blows, or my second Flurry of Blows.
Okay. That does hit.
Okay, and I'm attempting to knock him prone.
Okay.
So,
That is a dex throw, right?
I have to check.
Must be a successful dex saving throw or be knocked prone.
Okay.
That probably doesn't make that.
Nope.
Nope.
And then I am going. Oh, right, I have to roll for damage.
Yep.
7 damage.
Okay. That was his primary first. So he leaps back up and attacks you again.
How does he get. Okay.
He has extra attack.
Yeah. It hits. Oh, wait. Oh, never mind. He leaped back up, so, yeah. Doesn't matter. Okay.
And your next attack.
I'm going to two-handed hit him with my pole-arm.
Alright.
That doesn't hit.
Oh, just so you know.
Hmm.
You have to attack before you flurry of blows.
I don't have to.
It says immediately after you take the attack action on your turn. You
Hmm.
can then spend 1 key point to make 2 unarmed strikes, which mean
Oh.
hit, punch, not punch, hit.
Okay. I had asked you previously, and you just said it was just a bonus action attack, so...
It is a bonus action. It's
Yeah.
classed as a bonus action.
Well,
it uses your
sorry.
bonus action, yeah.
Yeah, you said I could use my bonus action to do that first, so
Oh.
but from this point forward I have to attack, then I can do that.
Yes.
Can I do attack, flurry of blows, then my final attack when I get extra attack? When
Yes, you can do
totally
that.
don't die during this?
Yep.
Okay. Alright. So,
13.
either way. Yeah, I missed, but I'm going to go ahead and mark him
Okay.
for when he totally, absolutely, 100% doesn't kill me.
Okay. Now that you guys are in conflict, on his turn, he is going to attack you twice.
Alright, so he critted and I'm dead.
12 damage.
Yeah, I had 7.
Fuck. Okay. So,
Good thing you didn't roll that with disadvantage, because that's...
yeah, I know, right? That full bar there. He winds up for his attack. Johann, after two-handing his staff down, is unable to bring up the staff in time, and the halberd cleaves into his neck, and a torrent of blood explodes out, and he drops to his knees. Gundyr then rights himself and takes a couple of steps back, and then again bows. The king gets up with a a look of sadness very quickly flashing across his face before returning to its normal stoic self. His son, less able to control his emotions, gets up and begins walking towards the entrance to the pit, the training pit. The rest of you are all informed. Actually, hold on. I'm going to see if his son can make one final plea. Okay. As he goes down, his son turns and returns to his father and speaks with him very briefly, very harshly and curtly, as you can see, and then heads back down to recover Johann's body, dropping the pole arm. And then as he passes by Perrin, he turns and says, "We need to talk."
Okay, I can follow you from here if we need to.
Yes. Sarkesh, Hale, Vel, you are all led back into the barracks. As you see Perrin and Virgil grab Johann, Virgil by the shoulders and Perrin by the feet, and kind of lift him up and begin carrying him off of the arena floor. You are led back to the barracks and put in your cells, as you are told that the Lord will deliver your sentence within the hour. Perrin, you and Virgil take Johann's body to there's a little, basically, like, shed area. It's a small house, really. Just below the castle, between the castle and the Lyceum. And you're brought there, and it's a mortician area. And Virgil hands over some money, stating that even though Johann died a prisoner, he deserves to be buried a noble, as is his birthright. And as the mortician begins his work, cleaning up the body and such, and takes it into a different room to do that, he sits down with you, Perrin, and speaks very frankly. Perrin, my father is bound to do what he told the nobles that he would do. Your friends will be sentenced to death. You have 1 hour to do with what you will. I have requested that and he begins kind of like walking towards the door, and he's like, "I'm very sorry for your loss. I believed Johann to be a very honorable man, and I believe he died that way. It is very unfortunate, and for that, I have requested that some of the guards take the day off. You have an hour. Do with it what you will." And with that, he leaves the mortuary and begins heading back to the castle.
Okay. Do we end there or keep going?
That's entirely up to you guys.
We keep going.
We don't stop.
I have no say in it.
I mean, technically you do. You just can't do anything.
Yeah.
Unless some, like, force wills you to suddenly become a zombie, in which case that's a
So-
whole different
Yeah.
situation.
Vel,
Only if that
Hale,
happens.
Sarkesh, you're all led back and dropped off in the cells after witnessing Johann's death.
Vel is inconsolable and has huddled in a corner.
Hale's gonna try and console her as much as she can.
I
I know
was
she's inconsolable, but
You attempt to console the inconsolable.
Yeah.
Sarkash?
So Kesh is completely pissed off and looking for something to burn to get a way out.
There are metal bars and stone wall, floor, and ceiling.
Can I see the wooden door?
You can see it. Yeah.
Would my fire reach it?
How long is Burning Hands?
Let me check.
The door is about 20 feet away, so I don't remember how long Burning Hands juts. So
It's up there on the
15
sheet.
foot.
15 or-
No, and you wouldn't reach it. It'd be just out of reach for you.
Okay. Damn.
The first cell door is like 5 feet away, and then it's like a good little 15-foot room for multiple guards to be able to sit in.
How strong are the locks?
Who knows? Would you like to attempt to break one?
Do they look like iron?
Oh yeah, they're metal. They're integrated with the iron door.
I'm gonna do a point blank burning hand to see if I can melt it.
Okay, go for it. Roll your damage.
Hang on, gotta see it again. First level spell slot.
3d6.
Okay. Oh no, I ain't doing shit.
You're so upset that as you try and focus, you try and force it out, and this very large shutting of flame just hits the ground right in front. Like you basically curl your fingers in and it shuts down, and then as you try and right it to attack the door, a very little bit of the spray ends up hitting it, and it doesn't seem all too affected.
That was a waste. I'm now gonna go pout on the cot.
Okay. Perrin, what are you up to with your hour?
I will go ahead and give. Out of curiosity, I'm gonna go to Johan's body.
Okay.
And I mean, I don't know. I mean, the mortician has already like cut him open, or he's just
He's not-
preparing the body.
He's not like dissecting him or anything. He cleaned the wound, like he bandaged up the area that where the halberd entered his neck, and then cleaned everything else. And he's now beginning to rub, embalming ointments and stuff onto him before wrapping him and then giving him a coffin.
Okay.
So he's still. It's essentially just a naked dude laying on a table with some oil on him. Your
Sure.
fantasies.
I died how I lived.
Okay. Well, I guess
Party boy theme in the background going on.
I'll say that I'd like a few moments with my deceased friend here.
Of course, sir. And he leaves the room.
Right, and with that, I'm gonna frantically spare the dying, see if that does anything.
Okay. It does not.
Does not. Okay. Clutching my holy acorn and praying to Lane, that I wish my friend to be saved. I will attempt cure wounds on him.
Okay. Go ahead and roll it. Nothing happens.
Hmm. Nothing happens to his like wounds or anything.
Well, they're bandaged up, so you can't really see.
Okay, like to undo the bandage.
Well, they're not bleeding. They don't appear to be healing, so maybe just all the blood pressure's gone, but they're not bleeding anymore.
Okay. Um. I guess once more I'll try to do the same thing, this time using guidance on myself and trying to I don't know how to describe that, put more oomph into it. So I cast it at a second level
Okay.
slot and
Heal him harder!
wait, for every degree it's another D8, right? Yeah. 2D. That's awkward. Why is he cackling maniacally
No
while
kidding.
rolling it?
Well, for the record,
Hold on,
that's
hold
not
on.
the roll that I thought it was.
Yeah. Doesn't matter.
We gonna die.
So there's that.
I didn't roll that, by the way.
Yeah,
That's good.
I thought that was a macro for /GM roll 20.
So another 14.
Okay. And with that, Johann goes, and blood begins to pulse out of his neck.
Good. Let's stabilize that.
Okay. And you put the bandage back on. Congratulations. Wound stabilized.
You brought back the dead. What the fuck are you?
You don't know that.
Like a high-level cleric.
He's not, though.
He's not, no. But
No.
that kind of question can be simply answered in this world.
And with that, while he's waking up, I'll kind of cover his mouth so he's not like making too much sound and go, I was not expecting that.
Johann, before you answer, go ahead
Let me guess.
and make
Will-
a...
mm,
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, okay. Love you too, Richard.
Love you,
Saving
baby.
photon, huh?
Love you so hard.
That was almost as good as my previous roll.
Oh my god. All right, so now that you have
Thank
four,
you, Perrin. You will be rewarded justly.
if you wouldn't mind,
Roll that D9.
I believe it is a D9. I'm gonna double check, but I do believe it is a D9. It's at the top of the page. It is, yeah, 1D9.
You guys are having such a good time right now.
Okay,
Yeah,
Oh,
Zach.
damn it.
so you're unarmed. Your staff isn't with you, but go ahead and do what you do when you do it.
Can I get a little bit more guidance than that? 'Cause-
You're definitely out for blood right now. You are severely hungry and out for blood right now.
And I guess I have to roll initiative.
Yep.
Unless it counts as a surprise attack.
It would be pretty surprising.
Here comes the naked man who could kill you with his fists.
Forget he's well oiled
Oh yeah, he's well oiled.
and out for blood.
Okay, no, it's fine. Go ahead for me, and both of you roll initiative. Johann, you have advantage on this roll because it would be very surprising to see a very obviously dead person return to life.
Oh, I didn't roll it with initiative or with advantage, but I still beat him. So
God damn it.
All right, do what you do.
Oh, you're naked.
God damn it!
This is so depressing.
It is.
We gonna die.
You shouldn't have that many
Fucking
key
all my
points
rolls
left,
where they
right?
count today.
God damn it, dude. Following the dice makes the interesting stories, I swear to God. All right, Johann,
All right.
proceed, sir.
Well, I don't have my staff with me, so I'm just gonna go ahead and give him a straight punch to the face.
Straight punch to the face. Oh, poor parent.
So there's
Alright,
that.
Barrett.
I don't know if he's still wearing his armor, by the way. I don't know if he got that back
Well-
after that.
I did.
Yes, he
Okay,
just
so I
doesn't.
He's
Get
a war
that.
cleric.
Huh?
True.
And then I'm gonna go ahead and burn a key point and throw down some flurry of blows.
This is awkward because my hand is on your mouth. So you're just like.
This is really awkward because I came back from the dead and attempted to kill you, and I'm just like,
Johan is my favorite character. I want your brain.
Stop
Alright.
me, Johan.
and I can't mark him because I didn't hit him, right?
Nope.
All right.
Actually, no, you can. You can still mark him.
Okay,
It's,
then he's marked.
yeah. Perrin, it's your turn. What do you want to do?
I brought him back for 25 health too.
Oh, is that a thing?
Yeah.
Oh. All right. I was just sitting there with 0.
Wasn't necrotic this time. You can go back up.
God damn it.
It's just almost beheaded.
Fucking dice, man.
No, it's. Don't worry, we'll get there when we get there. Perrin, what are you doing with your turn?
Product damage to me again.
Hmm?
Did work.
Hmm?
Nothing's hit you, so you're fine.
I know, but I just want to know what it works. Like, what are the effects of it?
Necrotic damage?
damages your max HP as
Pulls
well as
down
your,
the max HP. That's what it does.
Yeah.
Which can't be
like if I
recovered
do
until
13
after a
necrotic
long
damage, you
rest.
don't take 13. You don't lower your max and then take 13. It's just 13 damage, but your max is lowered by that amount too.
Mhm.
So the whole thing just shifts downwards.
It's 13 damage and your max health is reduced by the same number.
Yeah. So let's just say your HP is 20. If I hit you for 5, your max HP is then 15, and your current HP would be 15. Unless it was at 19, then it's at 14.
So your max
Okay.
HP never restores.
Until after
Could
a
I
long
the
rest.
Could I still use that in a way that I could just knock him out, though?
No,
Wait, what?
you can't knock
No.
out using necrotic damage.
Yeah, if you drop to
If you
0
are
with
reduced to
necrotic
0,
damage,
you die.
I would know.
So what you're saying is I can't use something like that would give me a possible 3d10 damage.
You totally can. You'll just kill him.
Do you
That'll
want to
just-
kill him?
That'll basically leave us right where we were at.
Brought him back then. No!
I've made a terrible
This shit!
Uh,
I made a mistake.
I mean,
you guys, it's the best stories, you guys. Perrin, what are you doing? You gotta. Just go. Just go. What are you doing? Make him move.
fur. Okay. Damn it! Why are you making me do this to you? Fine, we'll take his.
Just making me
Making
do
him
it
do
to
it.
you.
We
Roll
we
down like a
uh.
weird recess.
We'll just pull up my warhammer and conk him in the head. He's prone still, right?
Yeah.
I stood up to hit you.
Okay. Yeah. No. He's up.
Did
We'll
he?
just say he's up. It's fine.
Oh. Okay, fine.
Technically, I wouldn't
Roger.
be prone because I would just be I'd have to have sat up unless I'm literally just fighting you like this, which would explain the misses.
I kind of accept that narrative.
Okay. Hold on. He's up.
Damn it. All right. Well, I
Damn.
mean,
Rolls.
I'm.
He's at least sitting. He's not prone.
Boy, I hope that guy went really far away from me. Anyway, well, sorry to do this, but
It hits.
That does hit.
Yeah,
Does it?
don't feel sorry. I feel pretty fucking bad. You've healed me twice, and the first time I got you into a trial that nearly killed you, and the second time I'm trying to kill you.
All right.
The
You
trial
take.
didn't do it. I
Johan,
will.
you take 6 damage.
6 damage.
cool. Well, we're gonna use my war demand and get another hit out of that.
Okay.
That's my bonus action.
And it misses.
That misses.
That's fine.
Johan.
Punch, punch, punch.
All right. Punch, punch, punch.
Punch the first.
That probably hits.
Yeah, that hits.
Alright.
That 19 though.
7 damage. Punch numero the dose. I attempt to knock you prone. Go ahead and roll a dex saving throw.
Um,
Alright,
So you're prone
Good.
now.
and I do 7 damage. And then I'm just going to go ahead and pop on over to advantage and punch you again.
yeah,
And I believe that hits.
Hmm.
3 7s in a row.
Look at that.
So Johan has only ever got the luck of the dice when he's trying to kill us.
All those days
That's
of being,
what I learned tonight.
all the days of being flicked in the nuts are finally paying off for old Johan.
Look at that's
Perrin?
getting a halbert in the neck.
Perrin, what would you like to do? As your compatriot pummels you on the ground.
That's a bonus action to get that working.
Anyone else get the feeling we probably should have called it?
Yeah, well, I
Probably, but
attempted
no
that.
longer.
I actually hit him. Yeah, I hit him already. Damn it, we should have probably just started with inflict wounds. Lord of the Die probably would have been in my favor. That's an average of what, 20?
Yeah, has.
For
What are
3d10?
you- yeah.
About 15, 16.
What are you doing? Let's go. Make a move. We're already an hour overdue. Let's go.
I know we are. Okay,
Let's go
well,
on.
I mean,
Best friend
He's
fight.
already-
Let's do it. He's
already hit me
obviously
for
beating the crap out of
21.
you.
okay. Well, standing up is
Half
my
your,
movement action.
yeah. Half your
No, it's
movement.
half your-
Half my movement. Sure, we'll stand up. This is a bonus action. We can cast it at a higher level, so we'll use that one. So I'm gonna cast. What is this healing word on myself?
Okay.
2d4 plus 3. Wow, that's lovely. Thank
One
God
hit
for
of
bonuses.
Johann's.
Okay, that's my bonus action. We'll see.
I forgot to mention this.
Yes.
We'll deal with it next round. It would be fucking cruel to mention it now, so we're gonna deal with it next round if it comes up again.
Okay.
Okay, 3. That's an action. I don't want to do that though. Cutting bolt. Cutting bolt is no. That's more damage. Let's not do that. Okay, let's just hit him again. Just Warhammer to the face.
You said you stood up, right?
And I'm gonna go ahead and use my channel divinity to make that a 22.
Okay.
Alright, you hit. Alright. That's it.
Johan collapses back to the ground.
Do I?
Oh, are you dead or are you alive still?
No.
Okay.
Oh, no,
never
I asked, is that it? Like,
Oh, okay. I thought you said that's it, and I was like, oh,
No.
okay.
no.
All right, Johan. For your information, your attacks are considered necrotic at the moment, as you are under.
I'm aware.
Yeah.
Oh, that's lovely.
Your attacks also do another thing, but we'll get to that if you hit again.
Okay.
So go ahead and do your thing. You can now hear, both of you can hear commotion from just outside the door. The mortician opens the door, white face, shocked at what he sees, runs.
God damn it!
Alright, so my turn and all.
Yeah, your turn.
Alright, gonna go ahead and punch. And he misses. And then I'm gonna punch again.
And
And
hit.
I'm
That's
attempting to knock you prone. And you're not knocked prone. Oh, but I should roll damage. So it's 26 necrotic at this point.
Yeah. You also regain 5 HP.
It's always good. And throw my final punch. Just barely misses.
Perrin, what would you like to do at the moment?
how far away did that guy get from me?
Not far. He's like a
Okay.
few feet. He basically opened the door and was like, ah, and then turned as you got pummeled again.
Sure. I would like to provoke an attack of opportunity from Johan and then try to attack that guy.
Okay. Johan, go ahead and roll your attack of opportunity.
With advantage?
I believe it's just a straight attack of opportunity.
No, if he's marked.
Oh, yeah, no, you're right, he is marked. With advantage.
Balls.
Okay.
Yeah, that sucks.
Blink.
You heal
Yeah,
another
that
5.
takes. Well, that takes me down to 0, so I guess I'm dead.
Perrin is
Good.
now dead. There is the Mortician running away. Johan, go ahead and roll another martial arts for me.
Oh, I forgot to switch it off, but
No, it's fine. I don't really
feel
care
like it
about this
doesn't
guy.
matter.
Yeah. His ass be dead. Johan, go ahead and roll stealth for me. Alright, so, Johan, as you begin making your way out, you get to the edge of the city gate before people notice that you're you.
naked.
Naked?
And the greased, naked guy who should probably be dead is attempting to leave the city. You are surrounded by some guards. We're just going to settle this with a couple of quick rolls. So go ahead and roll 3 martial arts. And I'm going to roll 3 rolls. And the winner of that is what? No, thank you. Okay. Fuck my life. And... Alright, so... Nearly naked Johan kills 2 guards and mortally wounds another before breaking from the city wall and running off into the afternoon. Everyone can hear guard bells being alerted. No one's there to warn you guys, so yeah. Good campaign, everyone. Interesting campaign.
Everyone is dead.
Wait, we're all dead?
You're all going to be
You're all going to
executed
die.
tomorrow.
Yeah,
and you don't
we're
know.
all gonna be executed. Johan died. That was our
I know.
sentencing. Johan got up and was just like, naked, off into the woods, bye. Perrin's dead, killed by Johan.
Perrin was
I
the only one
know.
who knew that he could break you out.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
And, yeah.
As anything, I'm just gonna burn anyone that comes in if I'm gonna die anyways.
You're gonna try, but remember, you're really upset, so you've got performance anxiety right now.
All right, go ahead and... How many more burning hands do you have? All right, go ahead and roll both of them. Okay, yeah. First guard is severely burned. Second guard's dead.
And now there's a roaring fire in the on the guards.
Yeah, you
That
unleash
shit
just...
better not spread.
As soon as guards come in, you just unleash volleys of flame. One of the guards screams but is able to make it out before totally collapsing and dying. The other one takes it full in the face and just straight up dies. When the next contingent of guards come in, you use it again and you wipe out another 6 guards. After that, you are very quickly subdued. And you don't make it to your execution tomorrow.
I don't care.
So how are we executed?
He
Uh,
doesn't make it.
I know
Well-
he doesn't.
One of you is a tree, and the other one is a fiendkin. Vel will be hung by the neck until dead. Helasia will be burnt on a pyre. As is fitting.
My only request is that Bobbert stays safe.
Yeah,
I agree.
you have Bobbert run through a window. Somehow, magically, you do it. Hale
The
tells
window
him.
that's not there in the basement.
Hale tells him. Well, Bobbert's not even really with them at the moment. Bobbert just is with
No,
your
they took
stuff.
our stuff.
Yeah, Bobbert's just with your guys' stuff. So as Hale's leaving, she yells in Bobbert language, the language of the rats, to
In
flee the city.
theory- In theory, if I really wanted to try and live, I could probably try. I could.
If you'd like to
Wild
try, you can
shape.
totally try to.
I don't see the
Okay.
point. Johan's a dick and vampiric and killed Perrin. Vel's
I don't know
gonna
that.
die. Sarkesh is dead.